So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to day four training. Sorry, there was a bit delay because we had a glitch in the Microsoft Teams. And I believe everybody is settled down and good to go. My audio is reaching to everyone. Can somebody gives me a heads up?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. So kindly keep yourself on mute. If you have any queries, you can very well ask me a question. No issues. So I have initiated the recordings also.
Ask, should I raise one query or in the end of the session?
It would be better, Aditya. I can spend time after ending the session because we are a bit running late.
Okay,
So
okay,
it would be better. I
fine.
don't mind. I'll be spending time. Don't worry about it.
Okay, fine.
Right. Fine. Thank you. All right. So today we are going to discuss about, as we decided, with all the most important functions and formulas. Chinmay, could you please keep your mic on mute? All right. So here, go to our file naming called corporate case studies, what we have started with in our day one and day two. Also, we have completed up to some extent, like how to visualize our data and all those things we have done. So we are going to start with the next sheet called lookup. Okay. So go to sample case studies folder, file name, corporate case studies, sheet name, lookup. Kindly confirm the same worksheet is opened in front of your screen. Y for yes, quickly in the chat box. Okay, I got to confirmation. How about others? Friends, could you please help me? Okay, great. So now the first thing first, we are going to discuss about the most important formulas and functions of our Excel, naming called VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. So first of all, anybody who doesn't know what is VLOOKUP, feel free to let me know. If you do not know, drop me a message, don't know. Because if you do not know, I can start from the scratch. If you know, we can skip the topic. Okay, Tinma Singh, don't know. Very good. Appreciate your honest answer. Anybody else? No need to feel shy. We are not inborn intelligent. People come to know about this with their own experience or with the guidance of someone else. So if you do not know, I will help you out. All right, since two of our friends they do not know what is our VLOOKUP function, let me take you through them. And let me take you through the VLOOKUP function for that so that they will be also having a comfort zone how to deal with. All right. First of all, V stands for vertical. So whenever you are searching the records between two different Excel files or two different Excel sheets, we need to go and use this kind of formula called VLOOKUP. So V stands for vertical. If your data is there in vertical format, you can go and search your records. But why I need to go and search records by using a formula? I can directly search also. Yes, you can do that. But what happens when you have to search a drop of water in the ocean? It is very difficult, right? Similarly, if you take an example, I have only an employee ID. I don't have the employee details like employee name, date of joining, date of birth, email ID, PAN number, Aadhaar card number, anything I'm looking for. If I do not have those details, definitely I have to look into where? In the master database. So master database, it may be containing my entire headcounts of the organization, say 10,000 people. So one particular record details, I have to search in 10,000 line items. So ideally, what we prefer to do, we just copy that employee code, we go to the master data, we go for Control F and paste that code. And then once the line item matched, we copy and paste our records. That is how we do it manually. Nothing wrong. If it is of only one record, we can do like this. Suppose say I have got my department, there are 20 people are working and 20 people details I need to search in 1 lakh line items. Think about it. So 20 times Control F, is it possible? Can you afford this much of time? No way. So this is the place where we have to engage the formula and functions called VLOOKUP. Again, V stands for vertical. How it works, I'll tell you. Don't worry, just watch my screen for next 2 minutes over there. Suppose say I want to purchase a new laptop. I have seen my friends, colleagues, they're using different brands. So I have made a list of brands in a column like this in a piece of Excel workbook or worksheet. Now I kept that file. I went to market. I inquired with one vendor and I asked him that, sir, if you have any kind of catalog, can you give me the catalog, whatever the brands of laptops you are dealing with, and what is the best price you can offer me? Can you give me a catalog for that? So when I asked this, my vendor has told me that I don't have a ready-made catalog, but yes, I can give you in a piece of paper whatever the brands I am dealing with and what is the rate. I told, yes, that works for me. So this is what the catalog my vendor has given me in a piece of paper. Now I took that paper from him, I came back to my workstation, and now what is the objective I have is I need to populate the rates in my Excel file corresponding to those brands by looking at the vendor's catalog. So if I need to do the job, forget about Excel. If you need to do the job manually, how will you start doing it? So first we'll be looking at our list. What is the first brand? Acer. We'll take that. And taking Acer, we'll go and search in the vendor's catalog. Acer is there? Yes. What is the corresponding rate? 22,000. Having said this, we'll come back to our Excel worksheet and we'll update the records by typing 22,000. Do you think that this is how we will doing if you do the task manually? Isn't it?
Yes.
Right. Now, once we found the result of Acer, what is the next one? Apple. I'll take that again. I'll go and search in this vendor's catalog. Apple is there? Yes. How much is the rate? 45,000. I'll come back over here and I'll update the record 45,000. So this is how I'll be doing the job one by one over here and I'll populate my records. And I don't mind doing the things for 10 times because we have hardly got up 10 brands. Now the same thing, suppose say I have got 1000 brands and I need to look into the vendor's catalog of 10,000 brands, then I cannot do like this. So this is the place where we have to engage the formula called VLOOKUP. So what we did manually, VLOOKUP does the same, nothing else. But how to write our VLOOKUP, I will help you, don't worry. But I believe you got an overall idea what VLOOKUP does. Can I take that? Yes or no? Okay, perfect. Now let's focus on my screen. See, 1 minute, watch my screen, what I'm doing, observe. Next 1 minute, you can try, don't worry. Understand the concept. As we develop the practice since our day one, first I will select the array. I'll go for equal to VLOOKUP. What it demands me. Lookup value. What is the meaning by lookup value? Lookup value is nothing but what we have with us to search. So just think about the job while you're doing the things manually. What we did, we have gone to our data set. What is the first brand? Acer. We picked up. So this is nothing but my lookup value. So what I have with me or what I have with me to search, that is nothing but my lookup value over there. All right. So now coming back to the next table array. What is the next thing we did? Taking Acer, we went to search where in the vendor's catalog. So this is nothing but my table array. So what is table array? I believe now it is clear. The complete database where to search, comma. Now it is asking me column index number. What is the meaning by column index number? COL stands for column. So this is what we need to understand. While doing the job manually, we never discussed anything about column index number. Then why VLOOKUP is asking something like this? Genuine question, keep it on hold. Just get one step back. See, the beauty of VLOOKUP formula is when you took the lookup value, it has changed the font color to blue color. And the same border, it is applied over here, the color. Similarly, when you go for table array, it has changed the font color again to maroon and same color it has been applied as a border also. So why VLOOKUP is doing this kind of setup? The reason is very simple. It is doing this to give you a helping hand. What is that helping hand? That when you have taken the table array, you need to focus in this border area only. So in this border area, how many columns we have? How do we read our data? Always left to right. So what is the leftmost column in the border area? Is the brand, that is column number one. So brand is the column number one. What is the next column? Rate. Rate is the column number two. So in this border area, we have two columns. And out of that, My first column is brand, second column is rate. Now, out of these two columns, which column data is already there with us? We have got brand with us. What we are looking for? We are looking for the rate. And rate is in which column? In the second column. So this is how you should read your data. So what is column index number? We got the basic understanding. Now, comma. What is the next one? Range lookup, true, false, approximate match, exact match. A lot of things are asking. But while doing the job manually, we never discuss anything like this. Then why VLOOKUP is asking such things over here and making things more complex? Forget about this. Just ignore this that VLOOKUP is asking something like this, but ensure that VLOOKUP always ends up with zero. What is the significance of typing zero? Zero stands for nothing but our one-to-one match or exact match. Now, what is the meaning by one-to-one match or exact match? Like when I took my lookup value, it was of Acer, ACER. If the same spelling of Acer is matching over here, then corresponding column index number 2, the data will be picked up. So this is called our one-to-one match. So whatever we are searching, if it is there in the master data or parent data, then corresponding column index number data will be picked up. So this is what purpose why we have gone for one-to-one match or exact match. Now formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for rest. We know what is the shortcut. Control enter, and we got our problem. What is that? Some cases like Dell, Toshiba, Samsung, it doesn't pick up the value. Is it not there? Yes, all are there. Then why only these three cases? If you go to a particular cell and look at the formula, what happens? When we copy the formula down, this range is also moving down. Table array also moving down. Can you see? If I go to Samsung, it goes further down. If I go to Toshiba, even it goes further down. So this is the reason why we are facing the trouble. So what is the meaning over here? We understood, though we are looking for Acer or Toshiba, it has to always pick the data starting from brand till 45,000. It should not go beyond that. So this is what the problem. So now how to rectify this? Select everything and which is creating a trouble, the border area. What is the border area? C3 to D13. So this range should not move down or move right, and we know how to lock it by hitting F4. So formula is rectified only with one cell, but we need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut? Control enter, and we got the answer. So this is how whenever there is a need, you can go for application of our VLOOKUP formula, people, and you can search your records in between two different Excel sheets, Excel files, not a problem. So give it a try and check, is it working? If you have any queries, do let me know. Yes, Munaf, you can share, no problem. Yeah, select everything, the solution area. Yeah, go for formula bar. And if you look at, can you see C3 to D13? Go to the formula bar where the formula is being displayed, where the formula is being displayed.
Wait a minute. From the
Yeah, from the formula bar where you can see the formula. Can you see one white color bar is there? No, 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 no. Select everything. Yeah, the formula bar where it is. Can you see one white color? Yes, that's called formula bar. So C3 to D13 you select in that formula. C3 to D13. Yeah, that needs to be locked. F4, press F4. If it is not your direct key, go with function. You what's your F4 or function F4?
yeah, four.
Okay. Now formula is rectified. Control enter. Control enter. And you got your entire solution ready. Yeah,
Okay.
right. So this is how we have understood. Anybody else is facing any trouble? So Deepika, Chinmay, they were having some trouble, but they were not aware of VLOOKUP. Is it working for both of you, Deepika and Chinmay?
Yeah, trying now, sir.
Not Control E, Control Enter, Chinmay. It's not Control E, it's Control Enter. Yeah. Okay. Fine then. So I'm taking the control back on the screen.
Can you show the control enter once again?
You have to select everything, and if you want to go for it, you have to open that and then do the necessary rectifications and control enter.
Okay.
All right, so can I take that everyone is clear with our VLOOKUP formula? Any questions now? The people who are already working with VLOOKUP also, it's a question to them. Is there any
So
queries?
I got the answer, sir. I got it.
Okay, no problem. So any
As
queries with regard to VLOOKUP?
finally you have mentioned zero, no, for the exact match. Whether it
Yep,
will be the same for all kind of scenarios or it will vary.
it will vary. I'll tell you where you have to use, but don't worry for the timing, just take a call. Are you clear with your VLOOKUP formula?
Yes, sir, it's clear.
Okay, fine. Now, anybody else is having any other queries about VLOOKUP? All right. So now we all are in equal page. We have got the basic understanding how to use VLOOKUP formula. What are the elements are there? Like lookup value is nothing but what is that we have to search. Table array, where to search. Column index number, the desired column in the table array you need to define. And finally ends up with exact match over there, right? Now coming back to next or H lookup. H stands for horizontal. So like V stands for vertical, H stands for horizontal. So when you have the data, if you have something in horizontal format, then how to deal with the same. So here you can see same data. We have the laptop data. We have got the vendor's catalog. You can consider these are in two row items with there. And in our list, our data is there in a row format again and having what is the objective? Need to populate the rates below to that, having a look at the vendor's catalog. So rest of logics are same, only in place of V, we have to go for H. In place of column index number, we have to go for row index number. This is the only change. So let's start working with me. As we discussed, first select your entire solution array and then go for is equal to H lookup. H lookup. What it demands? Lookup value. Like VLOOKUP also asks for lookup value. Here also it asks for lookup value. And we know what is the meaning by lookup value. What we have with us to search. We have got ASR to search. Is it clear? For H lookup, what is lookup value? Quite similar to VLOOKUP only. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now come on. What's the next one? Table array. So as we discussed in VLOOKUP, table array. Here also the table array. Where to search? In the master data. So my master data starts from the brand. You can take it or you can take from Samsung also. No problem. So I'll be taking from brand completely and I'll be dealing with the entire row items. So this becomes my table array. Now, when I copy this formula towards right, when I copy this formula towards right, this range is going to move right. Yes, like this, we have already seen the problem in VLOOKUP also. So when you know this problem is going to come, why don't you rectify the formula in the designing mode itself? So what needs to be done? We need to lock it by hitting F4, function F4 depends upon the brand of your laptop or keyboard behavior. Now, comma, what's the next one? Row index number. What VLOOKUP was asking? Column index number since the data was in vertical format. So now the data is in row format. We need to go and check it out. How many row items are there in that border area, the table array, that maroon color border? Only two row items. How we read our data? Always top to bottom. So what is my topmost row? Is the brand. What is the next row? Is the rate. So out of these two, which is there already with us? we have got brand with us. What we are looking for? We are looking for rate, and rate is in which row? In the second row. So this is how people we have understood how to consider our row index number for HLOOKUP formula. Now again, like VLOOKUP, it is also asking range lookup, true, false, exact match, approximate match, a lot of things. And I told you a simple rule, VLOOKUP always ends up with 0. Similarly, HLOOKUP also always ends up with 0 for the timing you take it. And 0 stands for exact match or one-to-one match. Formula is ready, need to apply for rest. Control, enter, and see the beauty. With immediate effect, we'll be getting an answer for HLOOKUP. So this is our people HLOOKUP formula. So give it a try. I believe this is working fine for you. Confirm please. Any doubt, any queries, feel free to ask. Right? Clear? Anybody's having any questions about HLOOKUP? All right. So now regarding the application, you can apply VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP between two different Excel sheets, two different Excel files, no problem. But there are certain rules you need to always follow when you go for VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP. What are they? Very, very essential to know. So please stay focused on my screen. No need to do anything, just watch my screen. See, rule number one, VLOOKUP says that the data has to be there in vertical format, then only I can help you. So what does it mean? Which data has to be in vertical format? We have got two data set. One is our list, one is vendor's list. So technically, the vendor list, whatever the master data or whatever the unique list you have, or where you have to search your record, that list has to be in vertical format. So this list has to be in vertical format, then only our VLOOKUP will work. Hope this is clear. What is the first rule for VLOOKUP? Master data has to be in vertical format. All right. Now, rule number two over here. The moment I go for our VLOOKUP, it says that there should not be any duplicate. There should not be any duplicate in our master data or our vendors catalog. In short, I'm typing vendors catalog. So there should not be any duplicate. What does it mean? See, if I am asking my vendor to give a catalog, in brand column, there should not be any duplicate. So Samsung more than one time, Dell should not be there more than one time. So that's called there should not be any duplicate. Rate may be duplicate, no problem. In my list, data may be duplicate, brand may be duplicate, no issues. But in master data, brand column should not contain any duplicate. Now, you can ask me a question. What if there is a duplicate? VLOOKUP will always pick the first value because it always works with the unique data entry. So in your range, whichever it comes first, it treats that this is a original one or unique data, rest of things are duplicate. So this is called our rule number 2. There should not be any duplicate. Similarly, for H lookup, data has to be there in horizontal format, and here also there should not be any duplicate. All right. So I believe the second rule is also clear. What is that meaning by no duplicate should be there? Now coming to rule number 3 over here, VLOOKUP says that the data flow has to be always left to right. This is what we need to know. What is the meaning by data flow has to be left to right? Just see. The moment we ask the vendor to give a catalog over here, if the vendor has not given the data like this, he has given something like this. Just watch my screen. Then VLOOKUP will not work because VLOOKUP cannot read our data from right to left. So your parent data, whatever you have, the data flow has to be there, always left to right. So it's not necessary that the rate column has to be there immediate right to the brand column. It can be something like this also, no issues, no worries. And while searching the data or defining the table array, you should start searching from the brand. Anything before brand also there, you don't need to go and select that, like your date of entry or serial number, anything else before brand is there, you don't need to select because brand is the common criteria. Now, along with that, you need to keep just selecting, and where you find rate, you have to stop there. So anything beyond rate also there, no need to select. So this is how to select my table array, and I can make my formula precise. We have got the basic understanding. All right. So this is called nothing but your data flow has to be always left to right. Similarly, HLOOKUP says the data flow has to be always top to bottom, top to bottom. Then only HLOOKUP will work. What is the meaning by top to bottom? See, here I have got the data in horizontal format. Now suppose say my vendor has given the data something like this. It cannot read our data from bottom to top. It can't read the data. So this is the reason why we have to ensure that our data is properly defined over here. All right. Then, okay. So over here, we have understood how to deal with our third rule called top to bottom for H lookup. So these rules are very, very essential over there. Okay. Always keep all these things in the mind, whatever it is. Okay. Any point of time you believe your VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP is not working, probably one of the rules is not satisfied. So you have to be always careful while writing your VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP formula over there. All right. Yes. So just check it out. Hope it is clear. All the rules. Anything is not clear, do let me know. Well, Amit has dropped a message. I was waiting for 39 minutes. There was a message on WhatsApp that there will be a technical issue. No further mention after that. Lost all the things. Uh, Amit, there was a glitch. That's what we informed priorly, but later we have sorted it out by 2:15.
Okay, but I didn't receive any message or as such. I was waiting in the queue for like I have logged in at around 2 o'clock, right on the at 2 o'clock, and then I was waiting for 20 to 39 minutes till now, but there was no reply. So again, I tried to log in. Now I was able to get in. So
No, no, you try to log in that all the other people are there in the meeting room. Well, that's what this is the reason why we have
yeah,
informed.
but
No
at
worries,
least
no worries.
at least there
Mhm.
should be one follow-up message once you have messaged on the WhatsApp, like there would be a technical glitch and there would be delay of 15 to 20 minutes. The follow-up message was not there, and I was logging in and I was trying in, but I don't know.
No, Amit, what kind of follow-up message I should have given you? Tell me. See, I have informed because there was a technical issue. We are working in two different time zones, so sometimes we go for our US-based trainings also. Because of that,
Mhm.
MS Teams was having a glitch. I had to reset all the things. All the people are waiting in the meeting room. That's the reason why, having the concern, we have informed you priorly. Then we would have probably gone out of the room because all the other people were there in the meeting room only.
Yeah, even I was waiting. I wonder how I was
Uh-huh.
not been admitted there, and
Okay,
even
so
I
no
was waiting in the
issues,
room.
no issues, no issues. Further, we should not debate on that.
Okay,
Forget about it. Now,
okay,
what is
no
missing? I
problem.
mean, are you aware of VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP? This is what only thing we did.
Okay, okay, no problem. So just which Excel should I open now?
Right. You go to corporate
Cor
case studies file. File name is
Okay,
corporate case studies, and the
okay,
sheet name is our lookup. Sheet name is lookup. So we have discussed only how to use VLOOKUP and how to use HLOOKUP formula. This is what we have discussed. And these are the major rules of our VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP the moment you try to apply. What are the rules you have to keep in your mind when you go for the application of the same? This is what we discussed. Nothing else.
okay, no problem, no problem. Yeah,
Right. So
thank you.
if you have missed something or if you're not aware, you just stay back at the end of the training. I'll definitely help you out. So
Sure,
just go
sure.
through that.
Thank you.
Is it clear? VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So now the question, the moment we type our VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP formula, it has been already taught to us that you should always go and follow zero at the end. If you ask anyone, they say, don't ask much questions. Remember one thing, VLOOKUP always ends up with zero. I told you what is the significance of zero is nothing but one-to-one match or exact match, right? Now, if there is no one-to-one match or exact match, what other type of matches would be there? Or if it is not zero, what else we can take it? We can take as a one also. So one stands for approximate match, zero stands for exact match. Well, now if approximate match is there in VLOOKUP, then where to apply this? Where to apply this? Just see on my screen. The moment I go for this, zero stands for exact match. Don't go for true, false. Just remember exact match is nothing but zero. There is one more objective also they called approximate match, but hardly people use this and hardly people know about this also. Now, even though you ask someone who has taught you the VLOOKUP formula, they will speechless. They will say, don't ask too much of questions. You will never need all these things. Just remember VLOOKUP ends up with zero. This is how people treat us. Now, trust me, if there is no need, then why Microsoft has designed this kind of pattern? They should have done just only with exact match. Why they have created this kind of pattern called approximate match? So definitely it must be having some uses, isn't it? What's your perception? What's your belief? Do you agree with me?
Yes, right.
Right. So if that is the case, where to use our approximate match? Now that is our next objective. So let's go to our sheet tab naming called VLOOKUP with approximate match. Okay, let me take you through the scenario first. Try to connect with it. Just see. We have got our all the employee names. Now I have conducted a test for them. I have got their score also. Now, based on the score, my management has given me a circular stating like this that Prabhas, if somebody scores 0 to 3, award him grade E. If it is of 3.1 to 3.5, give grade D. If it is of 3.6 to 4.0, grade C, like that. Now, I need to award those grades and I need to fill this column called grade over there in this Excel worksheet. Now, if it is of 3.5, just take a sample case. What should be the grade?
D.
D.
Should
Sorry.
be grade
C. Yeah, D.
D.
Next one
D.
should be C.
Yeah. 3.9.
Mine will be C.
So like that, we need to populate the grading system. If this is the need, how to deal with the same? This is not something new for us. We have been already working with so many scenarios like this. But what we do exactly? Can you give me your best options? Yeah. Anybody?
Manually filtering and then writing.
That's a good one. I appreciate your honest answer. This is what we do. Yep. Anything, anybody else?
Conditional formatting.
Conditional formatting, what it will do? It will just highlight the cell. But we
Yes.
don't want to highlight, we want to populate, we want the data entry over here. So conditional formatting will not help you to do the data entry action for you. All right. Anything else? Anybody? If you go for VLOOKUP, what you will be getting? Just see, Chinmay. If you go for VLOOKUP is equal to VLOOKUP, taking the data, just watch my screen, no need to do anything. If I go for this 2, I'll log the column, then comma 2, comma 0 for exact match, control enter. What I'm getting? Wherever the data is matching exactly, those cases only I am getting the answer. Can you see that?
So instead of 0, we have to give 1. So
Okay, you believe in that way. Fine, let's go for it. So if I go for instead of 0, if I go for 1, do I get anything?
I got in few cells, but not in all.
Yeah, that is what. So I can't say that all the cells you should get the answer, right? So few cells where you are getting, where exactly it is matching exactly. Like, see, this is what exact match. We are getting the answer.
I got 5.0 and then 4.8, 3.4 like this. No,
Yeah, that is
3.4,
what.
no, sorry. 4.8, 5.0. Yeah, few, not all.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. So we look up with exact match. We look up with approximate match. None of these things are working over here. Correct? So ideally, what we do in this case, we just end up writing a lengthy if statement. So if this value is less than equal to 3, grade E, again one more if formula, if this value less than 3.5, grade D, like this, multiple conditions we have to write in one statement, that is called looping of our if formula. So how many conditions we need to write if you look at our grading system? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Think about the size of the formula. Think about the length of the formula. It's too huge. And if you go and apply for 10,000 line items like this, that itself is enough to increase your file size. That's what we discussed in day one also. If you remember, I told you in any Excel file, the more the if formula, the file size will be more. Do you remember? Right. So in this case, how to make our job easy? So one thing, as we discussed, we are not going to use the if formula. Reason, the file size will be huge. Now, what's the replacement for the same? So we can use VLOOKUP with approximate match. Now, if it is so easy, VLOOKUP with approximate match, we tried, but we are not getting success because you cannot apply VLOOKUP with approximate match as it is. There are certain rules you need to follow. What's the rule? So first rule is you must have a matrix in the place. What is the meaning by matrix? Just see. Watch my screen, no need to do anything. First, understand the concept. I'll be giving time to try with. The matrix meaning is nothing but I should have one column over here in this format. Okay, I'll tell you. I'll make you understand the concept also. Don't worry. I'm just creating first. So this is called my matrix. Now, what is the meaning by matrix? Just see. I am hiding this column for the timing. What does it mean? If suppose somebody is scoring 0, I will be award the grade E. If suppose somebody scores 3.1, I will award grade D. Now what if somebody scores more than 0 but less than 3.1? That's called your range. So when data is falling in a range, you must go for VLOOKUP with approximate match. Now what type of data can fall in a range? Definitely numbers, because 0, 3, 3.1, what are they? These are called numbers. So this is what nothing but the explanations over here. being explained, and this is called your matrix. So though this is the understanding, this is the text-based data, but this is what the matrix we need to have. This is our rule number one. Rule number two, the matrix, whatever you are creating, people, it must be sorted. It must be in a order. So if you see what is the order we have, smallest to largest, not a problem. So rule two is also satisfied. Now coming back to our VLOOKUP formula. Watch my screen again. So I'll go for is equal to VLOOKUP, taking the lookup value, comma, taking the table array. So table array starts from these three columns because I cannot just eliminate this column. This is what our common criteria where it is going to match. Now this to be locked, yes, this range should not move down, comma, how many columns are there in the table array? Total three columns. And which column is containing the grade is the third column. So column index number has to be 3. Now what kind of match? As such, we are focusing on the exact match. That was not going to work since the data is falling in a range. We should go for 1. That's called approximate match. And now see the result. We got the answer. So 2 minutes back, we are not getting the story, but when we just go and create this kind of matrix and we look up with approximate match, we got the result. So give it a try and check. Is it working?
Uh, can you just explain the difference between 0 and 1 once again?
0 stands for exact match. Is that clear?
Okay.
No, it's not convincing. Are you clear with 0? Yes or no?
Yeah, previously 0 worked, but why here we are not using 0?
That is what I'm going to explain. I'm taking step by step. Please answer my question. Are you clear why we are putting 0 at the end of VLOOKUP?
Yes, because we want the exact match for the
Right.
value we are
What is the
searching.
what is the meaning by exact match?
The exact value.
Which one is the exact value you are looking for?
Like if it is 3.1, then we need to search for D. The answer is D, if it is 3.1.
That is your lookup value. If your lookup value is match as it is, that's called exact match. Now it is clear.
Yes.
So this is your lookup value. If your lookup value is matching over here anywhere, we are getting the value. So it was matching only this case, 5 exactly matching with 5, but 4.5, is it there somewhere 4.8?
No.
That's why it was not having one-to-one match. It was not
Right.
having exact match, and we were not getting the answer. Now, what is the meaning by 4.8 over here? So 4.8, if you are looking for, suppose I'm looking for 4.8, just watch my screen. If I'm looking for lookup value as 4.8, in which interval this is going to fall? It is going to fall in between these two. Do you agree?
Yes.
So it is more than 4.6, but less than 5.0. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So that's called your range. That's called your approximate match. So when the data falling in a range, if it is not having a one-to-one match, we have to go for approximate match. So 4.58, since it is a data, nowhere it is matching, but it is falling in a range, we have taken approximate match. And approximate match purpose, we have done with our 1. So 1 stands for approximate match, 0 stands for exact match. Now, if I do not give anything, say, you can ask me a question also. I don't want to give 0, I don't want to give 1. What VLOOKUP will respond? VLOOKUP will respond with always exact match. That is the default pattern. All right.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So where to apply this? One life scenario is there with you in front of you. The other one, when you calculate something like incentive, your discount, where the data is in a slab, like our income tax calculation, the best example, right? So you must be paying the income tax when you get a form 16 and whatever the amount TDS has been deducted. And when you file the return, ITR returns is 31st July, it's due date. When you file the return, how you come to or arrive at your tax, how you compute your tax, that's again the slab. So this is nothing but a simple answer. When the data is not having a one-to-one match, if it is falling in a range, falling in a slab, then you must go for approximate match instead of writing multiple if formula. All right, try this. Just let me know. Are you getting the answer? Any difficulties? Do let me know.
can we try this if there are something alphabetical?
No, alphabet is not a number, right? How it will work?
No, for example, in the previous example, it was Dell, right? Dell
Right.
and laptop names were there, or some
Mhm.
spelling mistakes are there. So, will
No,
it
no, no, no,
catch?
no. It will not. It will not. It will not. That's what I told you clearly. What type of data can fall in a range?
Yeah, got it.
If you look at the data types in Excel, we have got three types of data. One is alphabets, second is the numerical, third one
Yeah,
is the alphanumeric, and
alphanumeric.
fourth one is the ASCII characters. So
Yeah.
ASCII characters is also nothing but it comes in the category of alphanumeric. So when you have the data like these three data types, what type of data can fall in a range? Definitely the numbers. So
Mm.
VLOOKUP with approximate match will be working fine only for your numerical value.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Noted. Thank you.
So kindly confirm all of you are clear with our VLOOKUP with the approximate match sheet, whatever the exercise we did. If you have any ask question, feel free to ask. Make it clear because these are the routine
Live,
activities. Yeah.
in live scenario also we have to work in similar fashion like as you have done in this case.
Yeah, this is what the life scenario. This is what the life scenario only. What I have
Mhm.
stated one example, this is one of the HR example, nothing else. Similarly, when you go for your assessment matrix, balance scorecard template, or you want to do the any kind of scaling of this objects, anything you want to go for it, or bifurcation of the data in the different buckets, or you want to do some kind of aging analysis, or if you have some finance or accounts point of view, you have got the customers balances within it is 0 to 30 days or 31 to 60 days or 61 to 90 days. If you want to fix some buckets for them, all these things, this is the answer.
Prabhas sir, sorry
Yeah.
to intervene, but
No problem, no problem.
what this number 3 signifies in this formula?
Three is the there are in the table array, there are three
Okay,
columns.
okay,
In this
okay.
in this border area, if you look
Hmm.
at, there are three
Hmm.
columns. So we always start reading the data from left to right. So leftmost column is column one, this is column two, this is column three. And we are looking for grade. So grade is there in the third column in the
Third
range.
one.
That's why we have given the column index number as three.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Because if you look at our VLOOKUP formula, it demands the third input as column index number. Can you see that?
Yeah, yes,
So this is the reason why in table array, since I have got third column my grade, I am going for number three. Then comma, we go for approximate match. That is called one stands for approximate match.
yes, understood.
All right. So can I take that everyone is clear what we discussed?
Yes.
All right. So taking the live data, you can keep trying the same. If you have any glitches, if you have or if you need problem, you can very well drop me a mail with your sample data. I will guide you. Don't worry. But logics remains the same. Application is the same. Now, coming back to the next is called the sheet name called advanced lookup. So now we are going to take ourselves in the next level. So let's see what is that exactly the next level. See, I'll connect you with the scenario. Suppose say my boss asked me, Prabhas, get me the entire employee related
Prabhas, just
records.
one
Yeah.
query. Sorry to
Mm-hmm.
interfere here.
No
In the
problem.
VL approximate sheet, there was a question how many received grade B?
Yeah, we are going to discuss that. Let us complete the formula. We'll go for it.
Okay,
Right now,
okay.
if you want to do that, I will tell you. So how many grades received in the grade B in the grade column, we need to find out. So how many cases? So cases definitely we have to count this. So how will you do that? You will go for a simple filter and there if you go for only cases of C and this is what the status, how many people? This is of grade C. If I want to go for grade B over here, I can go for simply grade B and I click OK. So how many cases? It's of over here 11. So this is how we can populate. But this is what we did it manually. The same thing if you want to do it with a simple keyboard or key formula, count if there is a formula called criteria based counting. This is the range. Yes, what I'm looking for is the criteria. So this is demanding me criteria. So what is my criteria? Is grade C, grade D. So I should go for within two double inverted quotes, grade B. And when I go for grade B over here in the formula bar, you can see I am typing the formula. And the moment I hit enter, it will return the same answer. That is called 11. Okay. So this is called your countif formula. Criteria based counting. Any point of time if you want to do, this is countif. We are going to discuss that. Don't worry. In the further, we are coming up with some questions. Now, come to our advanced lookup. So what I was telling you over here is, say, please try to connect with the scenario. My boss asked me, Pravas, get me the entire employee related records. So I gave my respective T code in my SAP system. I generate one data set of 10,000 records and it comes in this format, like employee ID is there, employee name is available, what is the department they belong to, what is the position they hold, and how much is the salary. The entire picture is there like this. Okay. Now, over here, when I showed all this data of 10,000 records in this format, my boss is not happy watching the same. He's saying, Privas, this data is of no use for me. Keep it with you. What I want is design a template for me in such a way, whenever I go and type any of the employee ID over here, the corresponding detail should be available. Like say sample case ID 004, who is that person? If you look at our master data, who is that person ID 004? Mr. D should come over here. What's his department? Legal should come over here. Then what's his position? Manager should come over here. How much is the salary? 2000 should come over here. This is what he's expecting. So whenever he is just typing any of the employee ID, result should be automatically turning up. So if this is the case, how to deal with what we can do for this? Yes, anybody? This is again one of the real-time situation only. Whatever it comes to your mind, you can express, no problem.
One by
Nothing
one
like
popping up.
I
Very good. Yes.
data validation if I
Data validation. Okay, okay. But how to get the answer? My question is, I have already got a employee ID. How to get the answers for that in one time, in one shot, in one go? Okay. So if I ask you a question, please get me the name only. You would have gone for this equal to, we look up, taking the data, then table array, something like this, and you should have logged it because you may be needing of many more employee ID related records, comma, column index number 2, comma, 0. You could have gone for it. Do you all agree? If I'm
Yes.
looking for only for the name,
Yes.
I could have got the result like this. Now, suppose say any of the employee ID I am looking for tomorrow. So I'll copy this and I will paste. And when I'll drag my formula, who is my employee ID 003, automatic C comes over here. So this is how we know all these things. But when I go and drag this formula towards right, I am not getting the answer. So this is what the trouble. And why we are not getting the answer? If you go for over here, first of all, you need to change the table array like this, and you have to go and change this to 3. Similarly, over here, if I go for the data, right? So it is also changing. So these things also again I need to lock over here. I need to lock it by hitting F4. Then only I'll get the answer. Here I'll go. Again, this is moving. This cell is moving over here. You can see instead of employee A11 ID, it is going to over here C11. So all these challenges are there. When I go for dragging it, it is not going to give me the result. So this is what we need to stop. What we are doing is it's a time taking job and we need to stop. So how to deal with the same? Let me take you through. If you look at our employee ID in this entire database, how many columns are there?
5.
Total
Fine.
5. Now, if I ask you, name is in which column?
Second
2.
column.
Second. Department third. Position
Yeah.
4. Salary 5. So if you look at our data also, the template, do you just see the same index numbers, the columns are appearing?
Yes.
So 2, 3, 4, 5. This is nothing to do with our formula. For your better understanding, only I am creating all these things. Just stay focused. Don't do anything. Is it a sequence? 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it a chronological order or is it a sequence?
Yes.
So when your data is having a sequence, instead of creating VLOOKUP formula for multiple columns, how to get our answer in one shot? Let's go and discuss. Start working with me. As we discussed, select your entire solution array first. Then leave your mouse, leave your touchpad, type equal to, then go for VLOOKUP. We'll fill one by one. Our VLOOKUP formula demands us lookup value. I told you already what is the meaning by lookup value. So lookup value is nothing but what we have with us. That is our employee ID A11. Now, hold on. This employee ID, when I copy the formula towards right, it should not move right. A11 should not go to B11. Do you agree? This cell should not go to B11 towards right.
Yes, right.
But when I copy this formula towards down, A11 should go to A12. Do you agree?
Yes.
So which one we should keep it free? Which one we should lock it? So A11 should not go to B11, but A11 should go to A12. So A should not be changing to B. Column should not change, but row should change.
Row need
So
to
what
lock.
we need to do?
F4.
F4.
Yeah, F4, but what we need to lock?
We
We
need
have
to
to
lock 11.
No, we need to lock column.
lock the A.
See, A11 should not go to B11. So A should not be
Yeah,
changing to
A
B.
should be locked.
A should
Yeah.
be locked.
So, right. So what is A? A is the
A
column.
is, yeah, column.
A is the column. And we have already discussed in our day two, in our date diff formula, while we are looking for the formula application for the entire table, how to make the column log, how to make the row log, all these things we are clear. So right now we are looking for making the column log. And for column log, F4 three times so that the dollar symbol will appear before column.
Then row.
So this is called your column log or column freeze or column constant. So we have to make our formula efficient enough in such a way, whatever the situation comes, it will be ready to answer. I should not keep changing the formula based on my convenience. So lookup value, what is the setup? Is it clear? Kindly confirm.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Great. Now coming to table array. Where is our data, the master data? As I told you, you need to start selecting from employee ID. If at all anything before ID is there, no need to select. But what we are looking for, name, department, position,
Position and salary.
salary, everything. Now this data range should not move down or move right. So no movement, neither in the column nor in the rows. So F4
F4.
once, F4 once, comma. What's next? Column index number. So we need 2, 3, 4, 5. But we cannot define all these things together. And neither we can go to each and every cell and edit the formula, change the column index number. In this case, what we can do, I'll tell you, if you remember in our day one, while doing the vendor evaluation or finding L1, L2, L3, what we did, instead of taking the helper column, we use the formula called row formula, because our data we were looking for in rows. But
Yeah.
right now we are going to see the data in columns. So what we can do, we can use a formula called column. So
Column.
like Excel row formula gives me the row number, column formula gives me the column number as the answer. Now, which column I am trying to type the formula? I am trying to type the formula in column B. B is a alphabet, but if you count, what is the number of B?
2.
So my column formula, is it going to give me the answer number 2? Let me show you. Just watch my screen. Yes. Is it the same number we were expecting?
Yes.
Right. So our column formula gives me a number, and that number becomes my column index number for VLOOKUP formula. Now, comma, what kind of match we always been following for VLOOKUP
0.
is the zero, bracket close. Formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for the entire selected range. What is the shortcut we learned?
Control
Control
enter.
enter.
Control enter. Now see the beauty. One shot, entire solution is ready. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, you are working with a template, and once your lookup value is matched, if you are looking for multiple column data, you can bring it with a simple VLOOKUP with column combination. So give it a try and check it's working. Any doubt, any queries, do let me know. Very, very helpful.
So for H lookup, we need to write row, comma, right?
Yep. Because there we are looking for row index number. Data must be there in horizontal format. Then we have to go for it. Row formula.
Okay. Okay.
All right, people. So is it clear? Any question from anybody? All right. Now, situation one. Let's analyze the same. The moment we are designing a template, do you think that we can create a sample data like this and we can send it across to our superiors or to our audience? Do you think that this is a great idea? Template, how it's supposed to look like? Template should be blank, isn't it? When you get a form to filled up, do you see any form to be pre-filled over there?
No.
So it should be blank. So let's go for it. Now, just watch my screen for a minute. I am going to delete my A11 cell because this is a template. When I delete this A11, what happens over here? My entire formula is in trouble. Can you see that? Why it is in trouble? And what kind of error showing? Hash NA because of data absence. If you remember in day 2, I told you the reasons of various errors in our data clean one sheet because of data absence or formatting incompatibility or case sensitivity. All the formula errors it appears. Now, in this case, though we have the errors, but we cannot send our report or template having the errors in this format. How to deal with the same? So we have to give an instruction to Excel in such a way. Unless and until there is a data, the formula should not execute. It should be stay calm, cool, or in very silent manner. It should there. So what we can do is just go and do one thing. Select all your entire formula driven cells. Do it along with me. Select your entire formula driven cells and open your formula by hitting F2, or you can go to your formula bar over there, whichever it is comfortable for you. And then in this, before before we look up, go for one more formula application called if error. If error. Now the question is, what is the point of using if error? What is the purpose of that? If error is the formula, the basic job is to handle the formula driven errors. And if error is the formula, can be combined with any formula, and the basic job is to handle or treat the formula driven errors. Now here, though we have applied if error in the beginning of VLOOKUP, but technically how it works, I will tell you. The moment you go for this formula over here, first, Excel will execute VLOOKUP formula. This is our step one. Though if error in the beginning, but first VLOOKUP will be processed. Now, if at all VLOOKUP is giving some kind of error over here in this format, like our errors are there, then in the step two, if error will be applied. In step two, if error will be applied. Now, when we have already applied if error, then if error formula also demanding what you are expecting in place of errors, that also we need to define. So I'll keep my cursor after VLOOKUP formula. Then my formula demands what you are expecting in place of error. So whatever we are expecting, like 0, hyphen, nil, not available, not applicable, anything, we can write within two double inverted quotes. But here we are working in a template. And if template is there, ideally we prefer to showcase as blank. That's what we discussed in day 1 also. The if formula when we are segregating the data of positive and negative. So how to define the blank cell? Immediate two double inverted quotes. That will be self-implied message without space. Then if error to be closed, bracket close. So formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut? Control enter. So we got the answer. Now see, as long as there is no data over here, my formula is remaining silent. Now tomorrow if I go and just copy some data from the above and paste it, is it giving the result? Yes. So this is how people, whenever you are designing the template, this kind of formula, again, the if error formula, you can combine and keep it ready. So unless and until there is data, the formula will not show any kind of errors and all. This is how you can handle. So give it a try. The if error formula with combination of VLOOKUP, is it working? Kindly confirm.
Sorry, I missed in between. Just
Mhm.
wanted to know that it will be
Mm.
blank, right? The result will be blank.
Yeah, if there is
It will
no,
not.
if there is no lookup value, if there
Hmm,
is no input, this
hmm.
will be shown as blank.
Okay, okay, got it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm getting the same.
right. Yes, Munaf, you can share the screen. Mhm. Go for the formula first. Go for the formula driven cells. Not you are selecting the A11 also. See, A11 is the lookup value. You have to start selecting from B11. B11 to 11. Hmm. Now there you go for if error. Before VLOOKUP, go for if error. Then come to the end of formula, comma. Then define whatever you want. Suppose I want blank, two double inverted quotes, and then bracket close, two double inverted quotes and bracket close. You have given only one, I guess. Don't give single quote. Don't give single quote twice. No. Shift and double quote. Yeah, twice. Now bracket close, control enter. Control enter. All right. Now go and delete that A11 cell. Once you delete the cell, then only you can realize. A11 you delete. Yeah, delete that. No, not like this is not the delete. This is you are just using the backspace. See. Uh, Now you go and copy any employee ID from the top and paste it over here. Right? You're getting the results. So this is how we have understood how to make use of this VLOOKUP with if error combinations and get our template ready. Anybody else is getting any trouble while designing this formula? I believe all are clear.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Right. So this is what now take your situation again over here. Suppose say this is what I have prepared a template and I have sent it across to my boss. And my boss, he has not read the instructions, what exactly, how to type the data, how to fill the data, how to navigate through the template. He has not read the instructions. And he immediately started typing something in the employee ID. Look at my screen, please. And he types something like this. And over here, the moment he enters, it is not working. He got immediately panic. He called me, Pravas, what is the template you have designed? It's not working. And I am completely shocked because I have no idea, no clue where the thing has gone wrong. Since I checked twice before sending this file to him, I checked twice. Everything was one. I mean, everything was working fine for me. Now, what happened? Unless and until I leave my seat, go to his cabin, watch his monitor. I can't imagine also where and how the things have gone wrong. So in this case, when I did exactly, I was in the middle of my some work. I left it. I logged my system. I went to boss cabin. I was watching his laptop. I found that there is a silly mistake boss has done. He has not typed the data properly. Well, how you would be feeling if you were in my place? Definitely, a lot of frustrations, disappointment, annoying factors over here. What kind of boss I'm working with doesn't know how to type the data also properly. But in this case, entire thing over here, if you look at whose premium time is being wasted, because you are leaving your seat, your workstation, you come to boss cabin, you are explaining him all these things, whose premium time is being wasted. Definitely, it's ours. But who is held responsible for this? Can you blame your boss at any point of time?
No.
So definitely, the ball's in my court now. I am only responsible for this. How? Because to commit a mistake, who has given this opportunity? Definitely, it's me. So what you have understood from the entire story is whenever you design a template, give a list options to the user to type the data. Always give you options to select the data so that you can prevent the errors to happen or you can minimize the errors to happen over there. So now the question is, if this is the case, then how to deal with? So keep your cursor in A11 cell. Let the formula be in the rest of the cells. Just go to A11, okay, where the employee ID was there. And keeping the cursor, go to the data menu. We have a beautiful option called data validation, right? And once you click that, inside data validation also will be there. And you can go for a simple option. What is that? There will be an option over here. You can notice showing settings tab and validation criteria allow any value. We don't want any value to be typed over here. We are very particular. We have a ready-made list. So kindly select the list option from that drop down. And once you select the list, it demands a source box is opening up. It is demanding where is the data. So data is in our master data A3 to A7. Then that's it. Click OK. And you will see a beautiful drop down list is turning up. Click on that and just see it will show all the list of employee IDs. Now, whichever the employee ID data boss is looking at, he can simply select and details will be ready. So this is how you can make your things more dynamic and people will love to see. This is what mostly needed in the templates. Okay. So now hope you just got the answer. How to create a beautiful template connecting with all these formulas, VLOOKUP with column, VLOOKUP with if error, all this combination, how to connect with a drop down and make our things dynamic. Any question if you have, please ask.
How to remove this formula?
Formula.
That data validation, if I want to remove, then
Okay, the same
what's the
option,
form?
same option, same option.
Same.
Going to data validation, here we have option called clear
Okay.
all.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, any other answers? Welcome. Any other queries from anybody?
I have one question, Pravasji.
Yes, yes.
That in VLOOKUP, in advanced VLOOKUP, we are using um, using column in column index number, right? You mentioned column, so that automatically the answer, the value will be reflected in each cell. But can we do the same in the H lookup also?
See, HLOOKUP, what you are getting actually? HLOOKUP, you are getting row-wise data. So instead of
Right,
column, you have to change the row function. Instead of column
r-
function, that is what Mamta also asked and she confirmed. Instead of column, you have to use row.
right. Okay.
Because in HLOOKUP, we are getting the data towards down. In VLOOKUP, we are getting the data towards right when you are looking for multiple columns. Right?
Right.
Yes. Yes. Any other queries from anybody?
No.
Fine. How about others?
And if we don't use this column or row option, then earlier we were using the VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP the same way we can do it, right?
Yeah, you have to type it multiple times. Like 2 will not automatically change to 3. You have to go on, if you drag the formula, typing one formula and you drag it, 2 column index number will not automatically change to 3. You have to go and type it manually again here. Column index number, you have to type 3. Again, going to position, column index number, you have to type 4. So like that, you have to keep changing.
Right, got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome. All right, so I believe everyone is clear with our scenario 1. Let's proceed to scenario 2. Now, same thing, we have the master data you can connect, and now we are looking for the details of ID 003. Same pattern, name, department, position, salary. Here also name, department, position, salary. So when we know that the data is in the same sequence as we discussed, we can go for VLOOKUP with column combination. Now when I go for equal to VLOOKUP, taking the data over here, okay, locking the same by column lock, comma, taking the table array over here, locking the same completely in this case, and then comma, column index number. what we want again 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can use column formula as we know. Now what kind of match? Going for 0 for exact match. And when I go for this, formula is not giving the answer. Why? In the previous case, same thing, name, department, position, salary, we got the answer. Here also name, department, position, salary, but we are not getting the answer.
If error is missing,
No, not necessary if error. It is not showing hash NA that I should go for if error. It is showing hash reference. So the answer is lying in that error only. Just see what it is saying. It is saying that I am taking everything, but I'm unable to refer to the desired column. So why it is not able to refer to the desired column? Like say, if you go for the formula right now, in which column we are typing the formula? In column H. So what is that column number for H? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Column number will be 8. Do you agree? If I go for this column formula, what is the result it is giving for this column? Is it giving me 8? But in my master data, if you look at name is in which column? Name is in second column, right? Name is in second column, right? So this is what the trouble. So everything is fine, but our column index number is not matching. So if I go for my formula, just watch my screen. This column formula, what is the number it is giving me? Is it giving me 8? Yes, because I'm in column H. But our technical data is there in column B, that is called number 2. So basically what we need to do over here is column formula we need to apply. If it is, then I should go for -6. So that 8 is there already, -6 means 2 will automatically turns up. And when I copy this formula towards right, column will be changing 8 to 9, 9 minus 6 automatically becomes 3. So this is how you have to slightly tweak the data whenever you apply the formula VLOOKUP between two different Excel files or two different Excel sheets, though the data is in the same sequence, but slightly we have to tweak the data. So this is how when you go for it and hit Control Enter, we got the answer. Right. Very, very helpful. Give it a try. Okay. Try the answer I am getting done. VLOOKUP formula, though not used advanced lookup. Okay, Chinmay, you can share your screen. What you're using, let me have a look first.
My screen visible, sir?
Yeah, I can see that. Which one you're talking about?
This one. This one we try it now. So you are using this formula like this column formula, right, sir? So I did the first previous formula which you taught us in lookup screen.
Okay.
like you said, ki if we will do it, then we have to do it for separately for each column. Like here again, I have to put it here column index number 3, and then again here I have put it here
Mm-hmm.
4. Of course, it is taking time,
Mm-hmm.
but in this way I did it.
That is what everybody does. What is the point now you are going to establish?
I was just trying. I said nothing to
No,
establish.
no. This is what everybody does. We are not supposed to do like that. This is the reason why we are learning all these things. Like we look up with column combination. See, take a real-time example. When you download the data from SAP or ERP system, there might be 80 to 100 fields, 100 columns would be there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Out of
Mm-hmm.
that, suppose your data is lookup value is matched, you are looking for 35 columns of data, 35 columns of data out of 100. So can you go and change 35 times the column index number?
No.
So this is the reason why we have to learn all these things to save our time. What you
Right.
are telling, everybody does that nowadays. I mean, 90% people they are already doing this. So we are not supposed to do that. We have to learn how to work smart.
Got it.
Right. All right. So yes, Mamta, you have any query? You have raised your hand.
Yeah, hi Prabhas.
Ask.
Please share
Yeah.
the screen.
Yes. Yeah. Tell me, what's the
Actually,
question?
actually, I don't
Hmm.
understood this one. The difference between scenario one and scenario two, and the -6 that you have used. So that thing I didn't understood.
Okay. I'll tell you. See, the moment you go for the first scenario, column formula, what column formula does? If I ask you, what is this column? Which column we are
Yeah,
in?
two,
Which column? Two.
two.
It's column two.
S-
But is
Yeah,
it written anywhere? Is it written anywhere column two?
no, no, no.
So you are in column B. Now you can see that it is highlighted.
I
Column
got
B is
it.
highlighted.
I got it.
That is what
I
I'm
got
telling
my
you. That is
answer.
what. Okay. So now is
Mm.
it clear?
Yeah, it's clear now.
Okay, fine then.
Thank you.
Okay. So scenario two, I believe everyone is yes. Any other
Prabhat,
questions?
what
Yes. Yes,
what you
Aditya.
are suggesting, instead of writing two, we are capturing column bracket. So it will automatically fetch the column number. That is what you are trying to say?
Absolutely. See, the same thing. What I have highlighted over here to make you understand, our data is lying in column 2, column 3, column 4, column 5. So same
Okay.
thing when I go for equal to column formula, it is going
Okay.
to generate the same for me. Can you
Okay.
see
Okay.
that?
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
right.
That means it is a smarter way of doing it instead of manually.
Absolutely. Writing in each and every column and changing the column index number, what Chinmay was saying, and what that is what I explained to Mamta also.
So this can be used when we are fetching data from other Excel, from one Excel sheet one to
Absolutely. Absolutely. But as long as the data is in the same sequence, like what I have the master data, if I'm looking in the same sequence also, then I can go for VLOOKUP with column combination.
okay.
Right. And where the data is changing, like say, take an example, I'm applying in two different Excel sheets or two different Excel file. In my parent data may be there in column 8, it starts with and end up with column 80. But in my workings, I am start working with column G. Then I have to slightly tweak the column index number, like using this. Because here it is there in this side, but in my other case, it is my starting, the data is starting with column G. That's why the column is changing. And since column is changing, I have to slightly adjust the column index number.
So why we have done -6, because from A to E it is there are 6 columns. That is why we have subtracted it. Is it the
Yes,
reason?
obviously, because in our master data, if I'm looking for name, if I'm looking for name in my master data, name is in which column?
Second.
Second. So I need to bring second only. But whereas I'm trying the formula in which column? I'm trying the formula in H column. So H is what is the number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So H is giving me 8, correct?
Okay.
But I am looking for name. So name is in second column. That's why we have to slightly adjust. So 8 minus 6. Since I'm in each column, I have to do -6. Now, when I go to my department column, department in which column, I, what is the number? 9. So automatically already it's 9 minus 6. It is going to give me the third column data.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, welcome, no problem. All right, so I believe scenario 2 is clear for everybody. Now let's go to our scenario 3. Beautiful concept. Again, we are going to learn. Just watch my screen, try to understand. Same data, master data we have, okay, but now the scenario changes. We are looking for ID 005 data, no issues, but now we are looking for department first, then salary, then name, then position. Now, if I am looking for the same, if I'm looking for VLOOKUP formula to apply with, in my master data, department is in which column?
Third column.
So, column index number has to be 3. Salary, in which column? In the master data.
Fifth column.
Should be 5. Name,
Second.
position.
Fourth.
So this is what's supposed to be my column index number if I'm looking for VLOOKUP formula to apply. Do you all agree?
Yes.
But that is nothing to do with our formula. Don't expect that I should keep creating. This is just for the understanding I'm creating. Okay. Now, first thing, to answer this particular scenario, we need to understand. See, what should be the approach for your problem? How you should understand or how should you read your problem statement? I'm giving that entire approach to you. 3, 5, 2, 4. Is it a sequence? Is it a chronological order?
No.
Yes, no.
No.
So 3, 5, 2, 4 is not in a order. So that's the reason why our option, rule number 1, that is VLOOKUP with column combination is ruled out. Because VLOOKUP with column combination works only if your data is there in a chronological order. So since my data is not in order, I cannot use VLOOKUP with column combination. Now, option number 2. Can we do the cut paste work for department, salary, name, and position and set it across in the exact match with our data set, the way the columns are there in the same order? Can we do the cut paste work and arrange it in 2, 3, 4, 5, and then go for VLOOKUP with column? Can we do that?
Yes.
That is possible. We know how to cut paste, Control X, Control V, not a big deal. But do you think that it's an idle option?
No. But we
3 to
have to
4
apply.
columns?
Yeah, no, and we have to apply. We look up one by one. I think so.
No, not one by one. You have to go for VLOOKUP with column purpose. I need to have my column in the order, in the same order. So I can do the
Mhm.
cut paste work. But that
Yeah.
is an idle option. No. Why
No.
it is not an idle option? Because here we have got maximum 3 to 4 columns. We can do cut paste or copy paste work, whatever it is. In the real time situation, when you have got a data of 100 column items, and out of that 25 columns you have to shuffle like this, you have to do the cut paste work.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, somewhere or the other you will be lost while doing the cut paste work. Or if you are doing this work and immediately an email from your bottom side of the system pop up, and whose email it is? Boss. Definitely there will be mistake. So having said this, what we are believing option 2, like looking for cut paste work and resizing the column order, is not also an ideal option. Now, what is the option we have? Do you think that VLOOKUP has a power to make the column index number dynamic like this? If yes, then why we are struggling over here? So what we have understood, VLOOKUP doesn't change the column index number automatically when you copy the formula towards your right. So option 3 is also ruled out. Now what is the choice we have? Nothing. So technically, we need to add more power to our VLOOKUP formula to execute such kind of situations or to answer all this kind of questions. So how to get that power? What is that extra power exactly? Let's go and discuss that first. Just leave 3 to 4 row items from that scenario and type a text naming called Jan and drag it up to December. Just drag it up to December. Okay. Kindly confirm your data is ready.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, once we have done with this over here, just next 2 minutes, focus on my screen. Don't do anything. I'll be giving time to try with also. Try to understand the logic. If I look at in this entire selected data set, how many variables we have? Jan to December, 12 variables. If I ask you what is the position of May, you will start counting Jan as 1, Feb as 2. And the moment you reach to May, it will be giving the answer as 5. Do you all agree? If I ask you what is that position of May, your answer will be 5. Do you all agree?
Yes.
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 So this is what we did it manually. Now, if I want to do the same job in Excel, say I go for typing May over here. If I want to find out the position of May in Excel, what Excel is going to do is Excel is going to use a formula called match. Now, what this match formula does, it asks for lookup value. What VLOOKUP asks, lookup value. What HLOOKUP asks, lookup value only. So we know what is the meaning by lookup value, what we have with us to search. So we have May month to search. Fine. Now, what it demands next, lookup array. What VLOOKUP demands? What VLOOKUP demands? Anybody?
Range.
No,
Lookup array. I
no.
mean,
Oh,
VLOOKUP asks for table array.
yeah, table
yeah,
array.
VLOOKUP asks for table array. Remember the elements. VLOOKUP asks for table array. HLOOKUP, what it asks? Second
also
input.
table array.
That's also table array. So
Yes.
remember one thing over here. Whenever any Excel formula demands you array or table array, it is nothing but the combination of rows and columns. When the formula demands array or table array, it is nothing but the combination of rows and columns. When the formula demands lookup array, it cannot be both. It can be only a complete column or a complete row. It cannot be both. So in our case, what is our lookup array? A complete column. So this is what the difference between your table array and lookup array. People always commits the mistake over here. Now, comma, what kind of match we have been following since we look up is nothing but 0, stands for exact match, and result is on. So this is what your basically match formula. What it does, it takes the cell value as an input and finds out the cell location or cell position as the answer. Now, if I go and change May to September, what will be my answer? Anybody?
9.
We got it? Over here, if I go for September, 9. If I go for December, should be how
12.
much? 12. If I go for Feb,
2.
if I go for May, we got the answer as 5, right? So give it a try, please, and check your match formula is working for you.
Uh, One question.
Yeah.
Capital letter or small letter, will it work?
No, it is not a case sensitive. As I told you, Excel formulas are not case sensitive. Don't worry. So if you go for a small letter also, it will be working fine
Okay.
because it takes the cell value. It doesn't take the cell format.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. No problem. I'm glad you are asking these questions. This should be.
Yeah, thank you. I got the answer.
No problem.
Prabhas, how do you paste
Yeah.
this formula equal to match I90?
You can go for a formula text on day one. I told you formula text, one formula is there. You can
Okay,
refer to the cell, and the moment you hit enter, this will be written the answer.
okay.
What's the shortcut that you use?
For
This formula text.
not, I'm using in the shortcut. This is what the formula, if you want the formula to be displayed in a text mode. Now, if you do not want to do this manually, if you want to do, then you have to go to the formula, open the formula, select
Yeah.
the formula, copy that, escape, go to the destination cell, hit the space bar and paste. A lot of things.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
So that's why to make your job easy, I told you go for formula text.
Okay.
Right. So I believe match is working fine for everyone. All are clear with the match concept. Any doubt,
Yes.
any queries? Fine then. Now, next 1 minute, just watch my screen. See, just think like a layman. No need to have some extraordinary thoughts over here. Earlier, we used column formula. Column formula also gives a answer a number. Now we use match formula. Match formula also returns the answer a number. Is it clear? Column
Yes.
formula gives a number. Match formula also gives a number. But where to use column formula when the data is in sequence? Where to use match formula when the data is not in sequence? Right?
Right.
Now let's go and start with this, having the concept. So select our entire solution array and go for is equal to VLOOKUP. Lookup value. What is that? Is your employee ID. Make it of column log as I told you. F4 three times. Table array, the entire master data. This data A2 to E7 should not go down or right. F4 once. Column index number. This is what the trouble. And what we need 3, 5, 2, 4. And since it is not in sequence, we need to go for match formula. So let's start match formula. Now forget about VLOOKUP for the time being, just give your entire focus to the match formula. Read the formula input, what it is demanding. Lookup value. So what is our lookup value? Anybody?
Department.
Department.
Lookup value is the ID 005.
Right. Absolutely. Lookup value is employee ID 005. But that is already given to our VLOOKUP. So technically, we have nothing to provide as a lookup value for our match formula. But we have something. What is that? Taking the department column header, taking the department column header, comma, can we just check the lookup array in the master data in the first
ID
row
till
item?
salary. Comma 0.
Because lookup array, what it says, either a complete column or complete row. So in our master data, all the headers, how it is arranged. Deepika, could you please keep your mic on mute? It is creating echoes over here. All right. So taking this lookup value as my department header, can I go to my master data, first row item completely? Can I take the array over here? Yes.
F4.
And this range should not move down or move right. So we need to lock it. And how to lock it, we know. Then what kind of match we should go for? We should go for 0. Now hold on. This match formula, what is going to return? Let's discuss. taking the department header, if I go and search in this array, in this green color border area, how many cells are there? One, two, three, four, five. Now department, in which position? Third.
Third.
So my match formula will return me the answer as 3. Let's go and check it out. Is it giving me 3? Yes. And is it the same number we were discussing that we should bring it as for VLOOKUP purpose column index number? Yes. So now my match formula is giving me a number, and that number will be turned out to be the column index number for VLOOKUP formula. And
Yeah,
once
three
we have
cases.
done it,
How did you arrive at three in the in between the formula?
by
Which
selecting the any segment of the formula, press F9. So
oh,
F9 will be giving the formula output in the formula mode. Now again, you need to come back. Once you find, okay, this is giving me the result, you have to come back by hitting Control Z or undo. Now here, the moment you go for our match formula to complete, but we are not writing match formula individual, we are writing inside VLOOKUP. So ideally, VLOOKUP, how it ends up with exact match again. So I can go for bracket close, formula is ready, only for a cell. But we need to apply for the entire range. What is the shortcut? Control, enter, and our problem starts. What happened? We have taken this much of efforts, but still we are getting error.
Then
So here, if you look at,
comma you have written twice, I think.
no,
No.
see, match after that we look up to be closed. So after match we look up purpose comma 0 only. See, sometimes it happens with us like this. Even though you try hard,
So before
our
zero,
formula,
there should not be a comma, maybe.
no. How it cannot be? Before 0 comma should not be means how you separate it. Now whatever you have done up to only column index number you have done, and in the formula after column index number, can you see here comma is there, right? So
Right.
comma 0 only. All right. So you can connect it with right now. I'll help you out. Don't worry. Just see. Sometimes, even though your formula is 100% accurate, you are not going to get the result. So don't be panic. Don't bother yourself much. Don't break your head much. Just keep yourself calm. Come back to your data. Is there any problem in my data set? Could be the case. We never know. So what kind of problem you may come across? Maybe some unwanted space, unwanted characters, unprintable data could be there in my data also. You never know. So if I go for this data, watch my screen for a minute. In this cell, how many characters are there? It's visible. One, two, three, four, five, six. Now, if I want to know how many characters are available in a cell, if you look at this goes length formula calculates the result and it shows me 7. So technically there are 6, but if you look at there is 7 it is coming up. So what does it mean? Definitely there is one unwanted character available. You can't be judgmental and say that there is an unprintable character or space. No, there is a unwanted data. But what is that exactly? If I told it is a space, how to remove it? So if I told it is space, we have a ready-made formula called trim. So trim formula, what it does, it goes to the cell, whatever the unwanted spaces in the beginning or at the end or in the middle of the statement, if you have, it will remove. Now data is cleaned. But if I want to check again, going to the length formula, how many characters are available? Now it shows 6. Means there was a unwanted space over here. Now I can come to a conclusion. But how to remove it? Do I need to go for recreating the entire process, going for cleaning the data separately, then go for the formula? No. So when we come to know that our data is having some unwanted spaces, we are not going to do that data cleaning separately. We are going to make our formula efficient enough in such a way it will go and clean the data first, and that clean data will become the cleanup value for the VLOOKUP formula, and it will execute the result. How? Just see. I will open this formula. In this entire formula, which element is uncleaned we discussed?
The lookup
GL.
value.
So whatever it is seeming unclean, that alone you retain in trim formula. See the beauty. This is called nested formula. So what will be happening? First, trim formula will execute by Excel. Then it will clean the data. That clean data will become the lookup value for VLOOKUP formula. Match is already giving the result. No issues. Formula is rectified only with one cell. Need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut? Control, enter. Now see the beauty. Even though the data is unclean, we are still getting our answer. So this is how people, this formula will be very, very helpful. Whenever you are looking for something vertical, something horizontal as well, you can go for VLOOKUP with match combination. So give it a try and check, is it working properly? Any doubt, any queries, feel free to ask. Tough formula, of course, in the beginning, everything seems to be tough, but once you started using it, you'll love it like anything. I can give you a guarantee. And this is what most will need while designing the dashboards, templates, summary reports, tabular reports. So you have to keep using the same, but ensure logic is clear. Try this. Any doubt, any queries, do let me know.
Just wanted to know, Prabhat,
Yep.
trim formula can be used wherever we are finding means any space in a cell and where the formula is not working due to space, right?
See, I will make it very simple. When you believe your data is having some unwanted uncleanable
Yes.
character, check
Yeah.
with trim formula. And if
Yeah.
trim formula is cleaning up your data, then you
Yeah.
confirm that this is just unwanted space available in the data.
Yeah.
So trim formula basically helps you to remove all your unwanted spaces from the cell.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Sir,
Yep.
sir, by using trim formula, we have removed the unwanted spaces. Like that, any other errors
Yep.
will be there. Uh, how it will be rectified like that.
Yeah, I'll tell you. See, there are certain cases you may come across. I'll show you one more type of error, what you may come across. Just watch my screen since you have asked me. See, sometimes you may get your data with this kind of unprintable characters. Can you see some kind of telephone symbol, hourglass symbols, all these things are there. So technically, this is actually your data is being diluted. I believe you can see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Right. So now the question is how to clean my data. This is what I data downloaded, but I have to clean the data something like this. So what you can do, the best option, you can simply go for a formula called clean. So this will go to the read the data and it will clean the answer and it will give you the right values over here. So this formula will be also helpful. So trim will remove the unwanted spaces. Clean formula, it will be helping you to clean up the data properly and give you the exact values of those characters. If at all something is there in a different fashion or a kind of alien language or kind of a ASCII character or a kind of a font, it will be automatically converting the number.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it will clear the space as well?
No, 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 no.
No,
It is
the
not clear.
space will be,
Then
yeah, okay.
yes, then you have to go for, if at all
Trim.
anything space is there, you have to go on inside, go for trim again,
Okay.
like this.
Okay, okay, okay. Got it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
welcome. All right, so I believe this advanced lookup sheet, whatever we discussed, scenario one, two, and three, like VLOOKUP with column combination, VLOOKUP column with if error combination, and if you are applying the formula between two different sheet, though the data is in sequence, how to adjust the column index number, and if you are looking for something vertical and horizontal as well, how to make use of VLOOKUP with match combination and how to apply trim over there, we have understood, right? Any difficulties? Anybody?
No.
Right.
Just one thing I want to, I'm trying to recall that when
Mhm.
we were getting that green flash in the cell, how to remove that, the green flag.
Green flag. You can
Oh,
simply
yeah.
go for, in day two, we discussed already, you can go and simply ignore error. Like you can select like this and ignore error. That yellow color symbol will turn up.
Mm-hmm. Yes, done. Okay.
See, this is the column we had earlier. And then when you go for it, suppose the green color flag symbols were there. If you do not want those green color flag symbols, we can simply go for ignore error. Like say I'm
Okay.
first I'm converting the same to text so that you can understand properly. Now it is coming up. Can you see?
Yes.
I can go for this yellow color symbol, ignore error. There is an option. So this green color flag symbols will be removed.
Got it. Thank you.
All right then. So let's go for our next sheet, people. Naming called nested if. Okay. So we are going to discuss now some logical formulas of our Excel, how to deal with the same, and whenever there is a need, how to apply the same in our Excel. We are going to discuss that. All right. So let's start working with the first one. We have a score. You can see we have a score over here. Okay. We need to check if the person scores more than 50, the result should be pass, else fail. Now, when you want to just check the condition and you need to state your answer, what is the option? What is the choice we have? Let's see. Let's go and discuss. So in this case, we ideally prefer to go for over here. Okay. What is that answer? Let me just take it through. We go for simple if logic. This is what we discussed in day one also, in a little bit of glimpse of that. Now we are going to discuss in depth. So look at my screen first, taking the score over here because this asks me the logical test. So logical test purpose, I need to depend upon a cell. Now, what kind of logic I need to check? Is it greater than 50? Then when I go for the test, there might be a chance I get success or failure also. So if it is true, means if it is there is a success, means this score is greater than 50. What should be the result? Result should be pass. So pass is our own text and we should define within two double inverted quotes. This is predefined. Now, similarly, it asks me if the person is not passed, what is the ultimate answer? If the score is not more than 50, ultimate answer is fail. So on the fail answer, again, it is our own output. We should define within two double inverted quotes. Now this is how we got the answer. Now if I go and change the score, something less than 50, say 35, what's the result? Well, if I go and change something 65 more than 50, pass. What if I define 50? What will be the result? If I go for the score 50, what should be the result?
Fail.
So we got
Pass.
the answer fail. Fail. Excel doesn't understand your emotions. If suppose somebody scores 50, you will be having a big heart to give him pass, but Excel doesn't understand that. It doesn't have the emotions. So if you're given the condition greater than 50 means greater than 50 only. So this is the place where if you want to make it more specific, we should give a condition greater than equal to. So 50 or greater than 50, if you want to define such kind of condition, you have to take multiple operators. So this is how you can make your condition based answer. And this is called our simple if formula. How to apply it? We got the answer. So give it a try and check is it working? All clear people? Any questions on this? Fine. So let's go for our next. Suppose say there are two new joinees in my department, okay, A and B. My boss asked me, Prabhas, why don't you conduct a test for those two guys? I did it. They got their respective scores. A has scored 50, B has scored 90. But my boss, what is happening, what he's doing, when I'm just checking the score, he came immediately and passed a statement. Score of A is more than score of B, or A has scored more than B, something like that. He passed a statement. Just check whether A score is more than B, whether 50 is greater than 90. What say? Is it true? 50 is greater than 90. Is it true?
No, false.
So that is what we need to check. So I can tell immediately when he passed a statement, I could say immediately, sir, whatever the statement you are passing, it's a false statement. But think about it. When you say your boss in front of his face, sir, you are wrong. What will be the consequence? We know that very well, right? So even though he's wrong, we should not say he's wrong. It will hurt his ego. I don't want to take that risk. I want Excel to just calculate and give the result. Whatever the statement my boss has passed, whether it is a true statement or it's a false statement, Excel should give the result. Then how to engage Excel with that? Just see. Again, same if formula, we can take it. Score of A greater than score of B. This is the statement he has passed. Now, if this is true, value if true, we should give the output as true. If the statement is not true, what is the ultimate answer? False. So I should go for false, right? Now, immediately it will be giving the answer me as false. So this is how a simple if formula again, how to apply it. We got the basic understanding. By this, anything is not clear, do let me know. All right, this is clear.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
This is what our 90% of the user, they will be giving you suggestion to do the job like this, but I do not recommend this one. The solution, the way we have designed, I don't recommend this. Reason, I told you in the day one also, now I am again telling, the more the if formula, file size will be more. So now this situation, if I need to handle how to keep my formula crisp, just see. I'll go for a simple formula equal to score of A greater than score of B. Simple. Just see, a simple operator will be acting like a if formula. Now you tell me, being a user or being a audience, if you are looking at which option you prefer to see the most, option one or option two?
Two.
Definitely, that will be anybody's choice. So this is how always try to keep your formula length minimum, and whatever the way you can reduce the formula size, do it so that the data execution will be faster and file size will not be also increased. All right. So situation two, I believe it's clear.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now we'll go for our situation three. Very beautiful one. Just see. We have a score and we need to check if the person scores less than 25, result should be fail. If the person scores more than 25 but less than 50, grade should be C. If the person scores more than 50 but less than 75, grade should be B. If the person scores more than 75, grade should be A. So, having said this, if I need to check and define the condition, how it is supposed to be. But before proceeding further, look at the screen over here. This score is there. If I go and check the condition, what should be the answer? "79 is there. What should be the answer?
A.
A.
Should be grade A, right? So how to get that? Yes, people, this is again a real-time situation. Don't try. Just tell me what should be the right option. Whatever you believe.
If loop.
If condition. So you need to keep trying the if formula, right? Okay,
Yes.
fine then. So how many conditions we need to apply?
Four we have to.
Right. Four. Now think about the situation, how much length the formula size would be, or how many characters I need to increase over there, and how it is going to impact to my entire file. Obviously a lot. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So in this situation, if you want to try if formula, well, so 2 minutes time you have, just try this and let me know once the answer is ready. Okay. So 2 minutes time. Yes, any answers? Anybody? Okay. So in this kind of situation, we always struggle and we spend a lot of time. We do a lot of trial and error. And if you get succeed, oh God, we are saved. We believe in that way. So where is the problem? The problem is with the approach. So trust me, if this kind of situation is there, 90% people fails on that. They get success, no doubt. I'm not denying about it, but with the trial and error only. So we are not going to waste our time in this. What should be our approach? I'll tell you, very simple way, very layman way. Okay, think about it. How many conditions we have first? Check it out. We have
Four.
total four conditions. And as we know, to write a conditional statement, we have to depend upon a if formula. So four conditions, four statements, four if formula I need to write, right? But we need to write all these four if we are dealing with four different cells. But our objective is we need to write all these four conditions in one cell. So in that case, first, total number of conditions minus one. Total number of condition minus one means total three if formulas we must write. This is our first step. Now, how to write it? There you should follow a logic. There should be a rhythm. There should be a flow of your condition. There should be an order of your condition, either smallest to largest order or largest to smallest order. Like we can start from fail, end up with grade A. We can start from grade A, end up with fail. But there should be a proper logical flow. So let's start with our if formula. Just watch my screen for a minute. Okay. What it demands me? Logical test. I need to take and depend upon the score. What is the first thing I need to check? If it is less than 25, my formula demands me value if true. What should be the answer? Should be fail. Hope it is clear for all of you. Yes, no,
Yes.
right. Now, if the condition is false, means if the person is not fail, ultimate answer is pass. We could have written within two double inverted quotes pass, but our problem starts there. If the person is passed, then which bucket, which grading system it is going to fall. So we need to again check immediate next logic. What is that? If the person is not fail, what is the next possible grade? Could be grade C. Grade C purpose. What's the condition? Should be more than 25, but limitation less than 50. So we should write one more if formula over there stating the same score. And here people always commits a mistake. They go for greater than 25. There you are confusing Excel. So Excel is not now understood that what it has to check, whether less than 25 or more than 25. So this is the reason why you need to follow the proper logic. When you have taken the maximum limit of less than 25, similarly, you should take the less than 50 maximum logic. So that makes our condition more than 25, but less than 50. If this is true, what should be the grade? Grade should be C. Now, comma. Value if false. Suppose this is also not true. What is the next possible grade? Should be grade B. Grade B purpose. What's the condition? More than 50 but less than 75. Start. One more if formula. Taking the logical test over here. Less than 75. If this is true, formula demanding me value if true should be grade B. Now, what's the next one? Value if false. So suppose say the person is not failed, neither falling in the category of grade C nor falling in the category of grade B. If none of these conditions are true, what's the ultimate answer? Should be grade A. So we should write direct grade A. Now see how many if formulas we have written. One, two, three. So as we discussed, total number of condition minus one. Three if formulas we have written. But all the formulas are open ideally. So you can write any formulas and that makes your nested if formula. So this is how, whenever there is a need, if you want to design such kind of looping of if formulas, you should go for this kind of lengthy if statement. So go for it, please. Check it's working. Right, people? I believe this is working. Clear? Any questions?
Yes, I have. Actually, I'm doing. Wait, give me two
Mm-hmm.
minutes.
Yeah, yeah, no problem.
It's not working for me. I'm just sharing my
Yep,
screen.
yep.
What I did, if V10 is less than 25, fail. And if
No,
again,
no, 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 no. After fail double inverted quotes, the condition that input to be closed, right? You are continuing with open bracket. Before open bracket, you should have a comma.
I was checking for your formula here. Okay, 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 okay. Yes, 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 yes. If, again, it's no. If
No,
it
see
is
how.
fine.
No, no, no. How? See, when you started before if any bracket was there. See the first condition when you go for if formula after
Mm,
equal to, did you
mm,
have any brackets? Where the bracket starts after if only, right?
right.
No,
Oh,
no. What?
no, 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 no. Wait, wait, wait. Actually, by mistake, it happened. And this. So I'm taking a moment. Is less than 50. Then B. Okay, comma.
Check, check, check. Read the statement, then go for where is the C condition then? You directly jump to B.
Less than
Remove.
50, less than 50 is C.
Huh. You have given B.
Okay. No, 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 less than 50 is C if less than 75. Is less than 75. B less than less than. Oh, what's the last condition? 100.
So why you are by-hearting the formula? I told you, no, read the input, formula input, what it is demanding. Just after B, comma, after B, you have given comma, right?
Yeah,
Remove
this one,
everything.
right?
Yes, after that, remove everything. Right, remove.
Yeah,
Now formula, read the formula, what it demands. What is in bold letter?
yeah, bold written value if false.
You know,
Sorry, value if true, true.
that is what
This
your B. Value if true means B. You have given, comma. Now what it is asking
value if false.
means if this is also not true, means the person is not fail, not falling in the category of grade C, neither falling in category of grade B. If none of these conditions are true, what is the ultimate answer?
A.
So why we have taken three brackets, Prabhas? Is it because three F are there? If are there?
No,
Three
bracket
if formulas are
open.
opened. Three if formulas are opened. Because any formula, when it opens at the end, you are going for the end bracket or close bracket. That is logically, you have to give it. So since we have got all the three if formulas open, we have to close with three close brackets. All right. I believe this is working. Anybody still having some trouble? Fine then. So save all your files, people. With this, we'll go for a short break of 10 minutes. So in my system, it is 440. Dot 450 again, we'll catch up and we'll discuss the rest. So I'll be in mute. I'll be back by 450. All right, so I believe everybody's back. Could you please respond in the chat box? Fine. So now we are going to discuss some more logical formulas of our Microsoft Excel naming called and or. These formulas are very rarely in use, but yes, individually they don't play any role. But when they combine with if formula, they makes a very powerful formula. But first of all, let's have the understanding about the logic of these formulas. See, and or formula comes into picture whenever you want to check more than one conditions. And if all the conditions are satisfied, then and formula will return the answer true. If any condition is not satisfied out of the multiple conditions, the answer will be treated as false. But in case of or, it is quite opposite. Whenever you check multiple conditions, if any condition is satisfied, answer will be true. So it will be more clear when we go for a small example. Just say, start working with me. Take is equal to and over here, take our second logic, second questions, score of A greater than over here 30. Just type as it is, comma, logical to score of B less than 60. Just type as it is. Now let's go and check. Score of A 50. Is it greater than 30? Score of A 50. Is it greater than 30?
Yes.
Yes. So technically answer is true. Score of B 90. Is it less than 60?
No.
No.
So technically answer is false. One is true, one is false. Since one condition is not satisfied and we are operating with AND formula, what should be the result? Should be false. We got it. So this is
Yes.
what your AND formula. So AND formula says that whenever I am checking all the conditions are to be satisfied. If any condition is not satisfied, answer will be automatically false. So this is what about our AND formula. Similarly, if I go for OR formula to check, same logic we are going to check, but with OR formula. Okay. Now score of A, 50. Is it greater than 30? Yes. Answer is technically true. So once our first condition is satisfied, Excel is not going to bother about checking rest of conditions since our formula by default nature is if any condition is satisfied, answer will be true. So since our first condition itself is satisfied, it is not going to check the rest of conditions and immediately it will throw the answer true. So this is what about your OR formula. So just try to check it. And an OR formula, is it working?
In place of 30 and 60, can we also type like 40, 70 or any other number?
You check any number. See, that is what you have to check whether whatever the conditions you have given, it is satisfying yes or no. If yes, answer true. If no, answer false.
Okay.
It's done, sir.
Right. So this is how we have understood how to make use of our logical statements or logical formulas. Now, let's go to our next sheet, naming called sum and count. So now we are going to discuss about the aggregate function of our Microsoft Excel, which will be helping us again while designing the dashboards, tabular reports, or summary reports. But before that, let's first get a connection with our data. Suppose say we have got 5 columns of data over here, naming date of training, name of the employees, division they belong to, salary they draw, and training expenses incurred upon the same. Now we need to answer all these 5 questions or 6 questions depending upon this data. Well, so if that is the question, first question, let's go and read it. What is that it says? Count occurrence of division HFD. Now, which column we have to deal with is the division column. How many times HFD is there? We need to count and state the answer. So whenever you have a criteria-based counting to be done, we have got a ready-made formula. The name is count if. What it demands me, read the formula range. So as we discussed, which range you have to apply the formula is the division column. Well, what it demands me, criteria. What's my criteria? HFD. HFD, since it is my own text, I must define within 2 double inverted quotes. Now, the moment you want hit enter, the formula is going to give you the result over here. Okay, 28. So kindly check. Are you getting the same answer? Confirm, please.
Done. Just wanted to know in that one and or formula, which formula do you suggest to use?
It depends upon the need. When you check multiple conditions, and if all the conditions have to be satisfied, you must check with AND formula. If your conditions are not mandatory, conditions are optional, you can check with OR formula.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Welcome. Right, let's go for our second question. Count salary less than 1,50,000 US dollars. So which column we have to deal with in the salary column? What we need to do, how many cases the salary is there less than 1,50,000, we need to count and state the result. So again, criteria based counting to be done. We have the formula count if. What it demands me, the range. Range is my salary. Then what it asks me, criteria. What's my criteria? Less than 1,50,000. So whenever you have a criteria having the conditions like less than equal to, greater than equal to, less or not equal to anything, you must define within 2 double inverted quotes over there. So this is how we have understood how to write our conditions with COUNTIF, and this is going to give me the result over here. So it is I'm taking greater than, technically it should be less than. So this is answer of 51. Check it out. Are you getting the same? Fine. Now, once we have done with our question number 2, let's proceed to question number 3 over there. What it demands, it says some salary for division RAT. Now, which column we have to deal with? First is the division column. Wherever RAD is there, then corresponding salary, we have to make a total. So basically, criteria based sum to be done. We have a ready-made formula naming called sum if. So what it demands me, range. First, which column is the division column? Then criteria. I told you criteria since it is of RAD, our own text, we must define within two double inverted quotes. Then it asks me sum range. Which range you will be applying the sum formula in the salary column? The moment we hit enter, we'll be getting the answer 90,64,787. So criteria based sum, any point of time if you need to do, you can go for a formula like this. Check it out. Is it working?
Yes, I got it.
Yeah. Anybody is not getting the answer or not clear?
Done.
Okay. Now, once we have done with this, let's proceed to our question number 4. Some salary above 2 lakh US dollar. So in salary column, wherever it is more than 2 lakh cases are there, we need to make a total of those cases. So again, we need to do a criteria based sum over here, right? So we can go for a formula, simple naming called sum if. And range, which range we have to apply the sum formula in the salary column. Yes. Now what it demands me, criteria. What's my criteria? Above 2 lakhs. How to define within two double inverted quotes? Above 2 lakhs, we can go for it. Then, what is the next one? It is asking sum range. So which range will be applying the sum formula? Over here, we can go for again the same salary, but that is not needed to go back and again give the same range as over here. Since our range and sum range is the same range, we can simply just end up the formula with this and it will be giving the result over here. So this is how whenever there is a need, as I told you, keep your formula length limited. And this is how question number 4 answer we receive with sum if. Try this. So I believe now it is clear how to write our count if, how to write our sum if. Any doubt, any queries?
In the same question number 4, if we want to count that how many are more than 20,000, then here we will apply count if formula.
If you want to go for count, then you have to
Count.
go for count if. If you want to make
Okay.
a sum if.
Okay. 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 Got it.
Right. Now let's go for a question number 4. Some salary more than 50,000 USD but less than 1,50,000 US dollar. Means we have to deal with the salary column, no doubt about it. First, we need to check more than 50,000 cases wherever it is. Then we check less than 1,50,000 cases and exactly matching with this requirement, the total we have to make. So basically here we need to do a criteria based sum, but the criteria numbers are more than one. One is more than 50,000, the other one is less than 1,50,000. So sum if is not going to help us. We need to go for a formula naming called sum ifs. Very powerful, but bit peculiar. Stay focused. This demands me some range. So which range I need to apply the sum formula in the salary column? Well, then it asks me criteria range 1. Here people commits the mistake. What they believe that I should give my first criteria more than 50,000. So more than 50,000 is one of your criteria. But what the formula is demanding, criteria range 1. So those more than 50,000 cases, where you are going to search? We are going to search in the salary column only. So we need to give it again the salary column completely as my criteria range 1. Then what it demands? Criteria 1. So as per the question, what is the first criteria? More than 50,000 USD. And we did know how to present it within two double inverted quotes. Then what it demands? It says over here, criteria range 2. But before that, over here, criteria range 1 and criteria 1 is clear. But to define my criteria range 2, where exactly we have to search? My criteria 2 is less than 1,50,000. Again, we need to search with our salary. Then what it demands me? Criteria 2. What is the second criteria? Less than 1,50,000. So within two double inverted quotes, less than 1,50,000, you can go for it. And the moment you go for close, it will be giving you the result. So 21 lakhs 99,328. Okay. So give it a try. Check. Are you getting the same?
Just one question here,
Mhm, mhm.
that why we are writing that, selecting that sum column twice in the beginning.
Hmm. Some column twice beginning because our data range is the same range only. Like if you look at the sum formula, sum ifs, how to
Mm-hmm.
read your formula, how to read your formula. So you could have asked me the same question in the question number 4 itself. Why did not you write it the sum range over there? Why you have completed the formula over here by only greater than 22 lakhs? You did not ask me there. Why?
Right, it is also asking me here.
Yeah, you should have asked me. So if you need to understand some ifs question, you need to understand some if question. See, any formula in Excel, the inputs, if it is defined without having any kind of extra character, either prefix or suffix or quotes or brackets, then that input is mandatory. So if you look at our sum if, the range, it is showing the blue color. Is it having any kind of prefix or suffix?
No,
So it is a mandatory input. Then when you go to next criteria, is it having any prefix or suffix?
no,
This is also mandatory. Then, when you go to some range, can you see one square bracket open and close is also there?
yes,
So it is optional. So that's the reason why, even if we did not provide our sum range, though it is the same salary range, but still we get the result because it has taken automatically because it's a optional input.
optional. Right.
Now, when you go for your sum ifs formula, sum range is mandatory. Salary range, comma. Criteria range 1. Do you see any prefix or suffix?
No,
That's why we have to give it. Though it is in the same range because our requirement, our need is in the same range, but still we have to give it because this input is mandatory. Hope you got that now?
yeah.
Right. So this is how people, this formula will be very, very powerful and make you, I mean, make your life easy when you go for such kind of templates or summary reports, tabular reports. So make use of all these formulas. Kindly confirm, is it working? Any doubt, any queries? Fine. So those who have done, I believe everything is clear now, how to use sum if, count if, some ifs also, where to use. We got the basic understanding. So please find
Give
the
me two
answer.
minutes. Hi,
Yeah. Yeah.
Prabhas. Give me 2 minutes. I'm just
Yeah, yeah.
trying.
You take your time, take your time. I'm just telling to others, those who have done it, those who have done it. So please try to get the answer for question number 6.
Can I just know that what is the difference between some if and some if s? Why we are using s? Like once more time, can you please explain?
Okay, what is the difference between girl and girls?
Plural form?
Same thing. Sum if is only one criteria based sum to be done, sum if formula. When you have multiple criteria based sum to be done, sum ifs formula.
Okay,
Simple.
thank you.
Yeah.
Fifth question I've done. I'm trying sixth.
Mhm. No problem. So six, what is the answer you have received, anybody? You tried, you got any answer? Do let me know. What do you say? Formulas are interesting?
Yes, sir, but instead of this numbers, date comes, I have a confusion over here.
Confusion. Why?
Dates also can be mentioned same like that it as the numbers.
Obviously, but date. I told you in day one and day two as well, the format should be matched. What kind of format we are following in Excel? DDMMYY or
Yeah.
MMDDYY.
MMDDYY.
The same you should mention. Then automatically you will be getting your answer. So I have gotten the answer for you. Answer should be 84 284. So those who have got it, you are in the right track. Anybody has received 84 284? Okay. So if you have tried and you did not get success, just look at my formula and try to rectify. If it is not clear, then do let me know. I would help you.
ଦେଖ କେତେ ଅଏଲି ଥିଲା ଦେଖ ଏଇଟା actually ଏଇଠି ରଖିଲେ ବହୁତ freeze ହେଇଯାଉଛି।
Yeah, because you are not following the date format. All right. So I believe it's clear. Question number six solution. Any doubt? Any queries?
I'm just trying.
But
Give me 2 minutes.
I'm getting 1133309.
What you have given the formula, just show me. Share the screen, please.
Is it visible?
Not yet getting ready. Yes. Go to the formula cell. Okay, you have taken over here some ifs E4 to E94. Perfect. A4 to A94. You have taken 1st August 2019. But again, you have taken E4 to E94. See, you are checking the date, right? In the date range. So you have to take the second criteria in the date only, not in the training
Oh,
expenses.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
Now
Can you
we
go
got
Privasa,
for
it.
it?
I'm also just sharing my screen. If
Hope the
this is
answer is now okay.
Yeah, 84 to 84 is the right answer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm just
So this is
sharing my.
how, yeah. This is how you have to keep trying with your live data people and ensure that the formula everything is working because this is going to save a lot of time for you. Okay, so what's your status? 1st August 2019. Well, see, the problem is your date format is of MMDDYY. And second problem is you have immediately given the second criteria, but second criteria range you have not taken. Like you have taken the first criteria range as A4 to A94, For second criteria purpose, range is missing. After the first date, where is the range?
Okay, here.
No, 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 no. See, the segment is done after comma. After comma, you have to keep the cursor. There you have to type the, see, what is the bold letter it is demanding?
Range.
Criteria range 2. A4, A4 to A94.
Same here also, I need to give.
Yep, that's fine. Now hit enter. It's ready. Right. Now, why you are not getting? Because instead of all, see, you are giving the numbers. Go to the formula, open the formula, F2.
First August
So
2019.
now 31st January. January also give, yes, enter. Now it is giving the result. And why it was not coming up with 08? The reason is your system date format is MMDDYY format, right? So it doesn't
Okay.
understand whether you are giving the DDMM format or MMDD format. So this is the reason why you have to give it precisely.
Okay. Okay, got it.
All right.
Thank you.
Welcome. All right, friends. So kindly save all your workbooks and close it. Now go to our sample case
So,
studies. Yeah.
Prabhas, just one last question that in question 5 and 6, there is a difference only between the criteria that we are selecting. Because in question 5, we have the same criteria, the salary, so we are selecting it like 2 times or 3 times, I
Yeah,
think. And because in question 6, our criteria is changing, so we are selecting 2 criterias.
that is what when your criteria range is different, you have got two different columns to deal with, then you have to take two different columns as your criteria range. When your criteria is in the same column but two different parameters, then you have to take the same column as your criteria range. Hope it is clear.
Can I ask? Yes, thank you. Can I ask one more query here? We are also getting count. Also, count if is there, but also we are getting count. So, how difference is count and count if? Like, if you can just explain.
Okay. Now, if I ask you how many cells are there containing over here values, if I want to
So
know,
it is 14,
you will select and look at the status bar. Count is showing 14.
right?
Okay. So count formula is always over here counting the numbers. Now suppose say I have got Ram over here, I have got Sham over here. Now if I ask again the same question over here, what it is showing?
14.
Count only, right?
Yes.
So it is showing the number as count. But whereas if I go for over here, my count formula, what it is returning me, just see what it says.
12.
So what do you have understood now? Count formula always counts the numbers in the cell. So whichever the cell containing the numbers and how many cells are containing numbers, it is giving me the total of that count. Okay. Now, if I want to know how many cells are containing the values, value may be anything, a alphabets, a numeric or alphanumeric, then if I want to know, I need to use the formula count A. So count A is the formula which counts the non-blank cells in the range. So now it gives me 14. So this is called your count A. Hope that is clear now between count and count A.
And if we want only alphabet,
If you want,
only alphabets, like only two
no,
counts
no,
is there.
No, there is no such kind of things. You have to
Okay.
combine multiple, you have to combine multiple formula. Like there is a formula over here called is text. So if you go for is text and if you're going for this, is true. But the same when you go for the others, what will be returning? It's not a text, it's a number. So whenever you are calculating the alphabet, you need to find out over here is text formula and you have to combine over there in the if formula or count if formula, you have to do it. Okay. Now suppose say I want to know over here how many texts are having only alphabets. I can go for
Mm-hmm.
its text formula. But before that, what I need to do? Count formula, count if. So when I go
Okay.
for count if, it is asking me the range. I'll go and count. Now I'll
Right.
need to check over here that criteria is text, is text. And this value, I have to take it and I have to calculate it. Now, when I go for this and formula, if I go for it, it is showing 0 because there is no
Right.
text over here
Mm.
in the range. But if I go and calculate this over here, if I drag it, now each and every cell, if I check it, it will be showing over here the result. Now, is text is not giving the result because is text is giving me the output what? Either true or false.
False.
Can you see?
Okay.
But count if criteria doesn't calculate true or false. Correct. Are you getting it what I'm saying? Count if
Yes.
doesn't help me
Yes.
in this. So I
Yes.
need to go for my if formula. So if this is false, then count if all these things or count a all these things. This is how it is going to count if it is going to be false. So I need to check that criteria over here. Now say take an example. Let's go and try since you have asked me. Is equal
Mm-hmm.
to if I'll go for my text over here is text. Then I'll go for this text to value over here to check. Now, what is going to return me over here if this is going to be my formula? This is going to return me the answer
False.
here, false, right? Now,
Right.
if this is false, then what I need, that is what I need to give it. Okay, so I go for is equal to if this text over here, I need to check with each text,
Mm-hmm.
the value is this, yes, comma. If it is true, if it is true, yes, then what you need to do? Go for count A and get the result. How many cells are containing the numbers? I'll go for this. Now, when I go for this, if the value, if true, it will be showing the result. How much? It's showing 14,
14.
right? But this is
Mm.
not true. Its text is not showing true. It's going to be false, correct?
Right.
So
Right.
I need to give another result again. Same thing, I need to go for it over here and I will be defining it one more. Okay. Now, once I go for this bracket close, and the moment I hit enter, this is going to give me 14. Now, what is happening over here? Same thing it is checking, but it is just going for checking all the cells, wherever the cells are having the values,
Mm.
right? So this kind of direct formulas we cannot work. So what we can do over here is, first, we'll go for and check is text. Over here, the values, yes, false. Now the same, I'll go for over here, Control D. Now I'll go for over here, wherever it is true, so is equal to, okay, count
Mm-hmm.
A, taking the range over here and over here, wherever it is false, how many times are there? I can get the result. So this is false. Now, if I want true, I can go for simply true.
True. True. But
So there are
also we can apply false and true directly,
where
like we
false and
use
true directly.
we can select the cell and if it is equals to false, then I think we can do it that way. I learned this is text today, but previously I used to do true and false directly.
True and false, what, where to do the check that you are meant to say? See, true and
Pardon?
false where it comes when you compare two cells. Like suppose
Uh-huh.
say this I have got over here RAM and here also it is there as RAM.
Right.
Is this true? Both the cells are equal. I can go simply this equal to this. This is giving me true or false. That is what we learned in the if logic also, like greater than symbol instead of writing a if formula.
Right.
But technically, if you see the value remains the same, but if you see there are two different cases. If I need to check the case, then I cannot go and check in this way. I have to go for the formula naming called exact. So it will go and check the same text 1, comma, text 2. If I want to go for this text 1, comma, text 2, then it will show the result as false because text wise these are not same. Value wise it is same.
Okay.
So there are different formulas are there.
Right.
All right. So now once I go for this over here, so here one thing again you can notice the formula what we did. This over here, this true, it is giving me the result, right? So these things I have to define
Right.
within two double inverted quotes. Now the same thing, if you want to get it, is
Right.
text. Now is text over here, if I go for it and I can check again in this range. I cannot check in this range. I can go and check in this range only. So over here you can go for it. Is text over here. If I go for it, I have to go for this and this cell when I go for it. Just see what is giving me the result. This is going to show me is text over here. This is going to be false, right? But false is
Right.
the output. But false is the output. Now this false, wherever I want to check it, I can go and check in this fashion and only false will be counted. Correct?
Right.
Right. Now what I need to know, I need to check is number. One more formula is there, is number. Now when I go for is number over here, and then if I go and check it again, what it says, true. Now if I want to check
Okay,
the
because you
case
are
is true
selecting
against
is
true,
number and then it was is text.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
So when you want to check a cell is containing a number or if it is containing a text. So if it is a number, is number to be checked. If it is a text, is text to be checked. And the moment you go for this is not working because this is a formula. And when I'm putting in text, it is going to be a simple text. It will not work like a formula. So this is the reason why we have to take a external column. First you get the things ready, then you go for the text, whatever you want.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank
Fine
you.
then. Yeah. So let's go for our next topic, people. Over here is our charts and graphs. So go to our sample case studies folder and there is a file called chart text. Kindly open this. So we have discussed a lot of things in these 3 days and day 4 we discussed about formula and functions. Now, once your data is ready, how to present it effectively in a storytelling format and for that, how the visuals and our charts and graphs playing a great role we are going to discuss. So let's go to the sheet called quick chart. You could see we have got product wise some revenue data is there. All right. Now, suppose say this data, my boss asked me, Prabhas, why don't you get all these things in a graphical format? So before proceeding further with this, kindly confirm you all got the same worksheet opened in front of your screen,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes.
Now, once you select your data, kindly keep your cursor inside the data, Control A, and on your keyboard, press Alt F1. So when you press Alt F1 with immediate effect, you find a beautiful chart is turning up, right? If it is not your direct key, go with function Alt F1. Depends upon the keyboard or brand of laptop you are using over there. All of you are getting the charts?
Sir, once more, sir. Sorry, I missed it.
Alt F1. Selecting the data, Alt F1. If it is F1 is your not your direct key, go with function Alt F1.
Yes, got it.
Right. Now, once I presented this, having a beautiful chart in place, my boss is not happy with the same. And what he's saying, Prabhas, this chart is there, but it's not looking so great. Why don't you make something bit better? And when I'm going to present it, the chart will be there. No data should be available, and people should be happy watching the same, and they should clap and say, "Wow, what a beautiful presentation." So if that is the case, then how to make a better chart instantly over there, matching the requirement? See the beauty. Select your chart, select your data first, sorry. Select your data. On your keyboard, press F11 only, just the function key F11. And once you go for this, can you see a beautiful chart sheet will be generated for you? Only F11. Are you getting the same like this? Bigger in size, neat and clean, presentable, no data, only the chart. So these are the two quick and easy ways to plot a graph out of any sort of data in Microsoft Excel. So Alt F1 to prepare the chart in the same worksheet, F11 to have an exclusive chart sheet over there in Excel. Kindly confirm.
So,
Now, once it is done,
Pravas, can you
yeah,
tell it once again?
it is there in our keyboard shortcut list also. I guess you have not gone through them. Alt F1 to prepare the chart in the same worksheet, F11 to plot a graph in a separate chart sheet.
Only F11, not
Yes.
Alt F11.
No.
Okay,
Alt
I
F11
try.
for macro window.
Yeah, that is all.
uh, only one
Yeah.
thing I want to know that
Hmm.
this type of alt F1 will give us only the bar graph, no other graphs like.
Yes. Yes, bar graph only.
Okay.
Yeah, got it.
Yes. Now, kindly come to our quick chart sheet. Once you have the chart in place, how to make it better? Let's have a discussion. If you remember in day 3, we have discussed something about pivot chart. Able to recall?
Yes, sir.
Right. What did I say? The first thing first, whenever you have the chart in place, go to your design and then which style? Going for the chart styles and take the last one. Did you remember I told you exclusively go for the last one? And why the last one? Because it will be giving you some kind of glossy impact, some kind of embossing effect, and some kind of uh, shadow impact over there. And you can see also with immediate effect, is it looking somewhat better now compared to the previous version of your chart?
Yes.
Right. Now, once you have the same over here, next thing what? Inside the chart area, unwanted grid lines are there. That doesn't look good. How to remove it? Select the chart. There is a plus symbol turns off. You can click on that and immediately go for grid lines button to deactivate. So these are the two minimum formattings immediately you must do whenever you have the chart plotted. I believe everybody's getting that.
Yes.
Right,
Yes.
right. Once you have done with this, chart is somewhat looking good, no doubt about it. But looking at the same, my boss is saying, Pravas, the chart, all the products, if you see, it seems very identical. Why don't you differentiate the products with some kind of different colors? So if you want to have multiple colors, just take your mouse pointer exactly on any of the column and right click on that. You got an option called Format Data Series. You can click that. It will take you to a dialog box immediately towards your right side, and there are three icons are available. Go for the first one. What is that? Fill and line. Fill and line. And when you click it, inside fill is there. And when you click fill, inside vary colors by point one option is there. Click on that checkbox. Can you see with immediate effect, multicolor chart will be populated?
Yes.
Right? All of you are getting the same? Anybody is not
Yes.
getting?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once we have done with this, though our charts look great, people, yeah, this mic is on. Could you please keep it on mute? Right. Though our chart is looking good, no doubt about it, but this is an Deepika, could you please keep your mic on mute? All right. So though the chart is looking good, people, but here, this is an outdated version of our chart. Nowadays, nobody prefers to see this kind of chart. Yes. So how to make it better and how to bring the latest style? Let's have a discussion. Whenever you have the chart in place, just right click on the chart column, any of the column, just right click and go for over here, add data labels. Add data labels. So each and every column wise, the respective product wise, the value will be populated in the top of each and every column. Select one of the data label. All the data labels should be in selection. Make it bold. Control B. Font size is very small over here. Just to give a helping hand to the people to read the data properly, increase the font size. How? Control Shift and greater than symbol. Keep hitting. Don't make it extraordinary large. Just increase by 2-3 points. And now the data will be in proper readable format. Once your data labels are activated and necessary formattings you have done, the latest style of data presentation, it says that when you are having the data labels, there is no point of having axis scale. And if you're maintaining axis scale, there is no point of having the data labels. But as an audience, if you look at which one is giving the instant information, the data labels or axis scale,
Data labels.
definitely. So select your axis scale and simply press the delete button so that that space we can utilize for our data presentation. Select the scale and just press the delete button. Now the chart will be completely neat and clean, no doubt. Now, coming to the chart title. Having the chart title in the center, those days have gone. Nowadays, people prefer to see the chart title in the right side. Simply hold it and drag it to the right. And this is what the latest style you'll be finding whenever you have gone through any big force presentations, Bain and Company, McKinsey and Co, Boston Consulting Group, or if you are reading the Economic Times newspaper, you will be finding nowadays the chart title always in the right side. So this is what the minimum formatting you have to make, how to make it informative, how to bring the latest style. We got all these things. Hope it is clear.
Once again, the chart title. Once again, please.
Select the chart title and drag it to the right. Just select, drag it. All right. I believe this is working so far, whatever we discussed.
Yes.
Right. Now, since day one, I have been keep on telling you one thing that nowadays the audience is having a different level of expectation. So do not present your data as it is. When you are presenting, you must present your data with a beautiful storytelling format. And that is what audience expects. So how to make the presentation? Just see, select your data and over there, go for simple, right? Data sorting. So how to go for sorting? What is the shortcut? We discussed in day two. Anybody?
All DS.
Very good. Alt D S. D for data, S for sort. So data sorting purpose, sorting dialog box will be ready. There you go for sort by cells in USD, order largest to smallest. And once you do the changes and click OK, can you see a beautiful story turns up? What is the story? From cocoa powder, we got the maximum revenue. And from our custard powder, we got the least revenue. So anybody, even if a layman is also sitting in the audience side, he can make out what is the story I'm telling over there. Do you all agree?
Yes.
So this is how people we have understood so far how to create a beautiful chart out of any sort of data in Microsoft Excel, how to present our data in a beautiful story over there so that anybody is there, even if my absence also somebody is presenting, People are not going to struggle. Any questions?
How do we prepare that circle one chart,
Which circle?
circle graph?
Pie chart she is telling about it.
Pie chart.
Sorting. Can you tell the formula once again, please?
Alt D as the keyboard shortcut, or you can go for right click, sort, custom sort,
Okay.
and sort by USD column, order largest to smallest. All right. So now, are you happy with the presentation? What we did?
Yes.
Yes.
You are happy, but audience will not be happy. Yes. Why? Everything is fine over here, people. Just this area is the problem. What is happening? We are having too much of text and text are in slanting order. We are forcing our audience to bend their head by another 30 degree to 45 degree to read all these statements. This is where we have gone wrong. But we have no other choice. Since our products are too much of text, what we can do? So where the thing has gone wrong then? Because as long as I'm presenting something like this, people are not happy. So how to grab my audience attentions towards this? How to make them happy by watching this kind of presentation? See, the thing which has gone wrong over here is the right selection of the chart. In this particular piece of data, this is not the right format of your chart. So how to make it better? Just see. Select this chart and go for Control D to make a duplicate. Now the duplicate one, you can just bring it and populate in the bottom for your reference. Select your chart, go for Control D. All right. Now the duplicate chart, you keep it in the bottom, and the original one, what you had, just right click on the chart area. Do you see an option called change chart type? Change chart type. Click on that. It will take you to your entire chart family. Do you see an option called bar over there, the category? And when you
Can
go for the bar,
you repeat again? Chart type.
y- yeah, right click on the chart area, change chart type. Then it will take you to a dialog box having the entire chart family. Choose the option over here from the left side called bar. And once you select bar, click OK. Now can you see? I'm able to read my data properly. Even though too much of text is there, my audience is not going to struggle. And if you still believe it is occupying a lot of space, I can still reduce it the width and I'm able to present it properly. So this is how people write selection of the chart depending upon the data is also very, very essential. It's not like whatever I wish I can present it. No, doesn't make any sense. So can you compare which one is looking better if you go and present it?
It is easy to read.
That's what, because whatever we are preparing, it is for the audience. So if audience is not comfortable, there is no point of doing that. So this is what we did now. Any doubt, any queries? Now, are you happy? Yes, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Thinking a lot and then telling yes.
Actually,
Okay,
I'm searching for some circle type of chart that
mhm.
we you showed me. You showed us while showing that chart type.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
See,
I will let
though
you
you
know
are
after the class.
okay, where you are happy, you are saying that you are happy watching this chart, people, but technically your audience will not be still happy. Reason, I'll tell you. Just see, watch my screen. If you look at our data, it is having in largest to smallest order. But if you look at our chart, it is there in smallest to largest order. Can you see?
Yes.
So this is where the data is not having a sync with the chart. This is the where people will object and people will not be happy. So how to give that exact feeling of data syncing over here? What you can do is people will always ask you that, okay, Prabhas, why don't you go for again sorting and make it largest, smallest to largest? What is the scene? The same thing is going to happen over there. That's not the right way. What you can do, I'll tell you a beautiful tip over here. Just see. Select your text. Inside the chart, you have the text. Select the text where the product names are there. Right click on that. You have an option over here. Format axis. Able to see? When you go for
Yes.
format axis, a dialog box will open, and if you just little bit scroll, there is an option called categories in the reverse order. This checkbox is not activated. Kindly activate this.
Mm. Done.
And once you activate, can you see the series details immediately it is changing over there, right?
Yes.
So this is how we have understood how to create a beautiful chart out of any sort of data in our Excel.
So I have to go to format chart. What you
No,
suggested?
no, 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 no. Select your text first. The text, the product names are there in the chart area.
Okay.
Right click on that, format axis,
Okay.
and then you have to check this categories in the reverse order checkbox has to be on.
Okay.
I believe all are clear with our quick chart, whatever the steps we have just discussed.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to our next chart type is called combo chart. What is the relevance of combo chart? What exactly the combo chart is and how it is playing a role in our routine activities? Let's go and discuss. So we have got entire 12 months records, the sales data. Along with that, sales percentage data is also available. Kindly select everything and go for plotting the graph. What is the shortcut?
Alt F1.
Alt F1, go for it. Now, once your chart is ready, what is the first thing we should do?
Grid line.
No. Going to design, take the last tile. That is the first one. Go with the same rhythm. Then going to the plus symbol, remove the grid lines. Step 2. Okay. Now, once you have the chart, just see, though we got beautiful chart ready, but this is not ready for dispatch. Reason? Try to understand the concept. In this chart, if you look at one legend is there called sales. Sales data is available in the blue color bars. Do you see?
Yes.
Right. We have got another legend. What is that? Sales percentage. Do you see anywhere the sign of that?
We can add in the data labels if
Sorry?
we can add the sales percentage in data labels.
No, 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 no. Don't get, you did not get me. Like sales, how it is highlighting with the blue color bars. Do you see sales percentage anywhere visible on the screen?
No.
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 No. But where it has gone then? It has not gone anywhere. It is still there in the chart only, but it is sitting in the bottom of the axis. Can you see a small patches kind of look?
Yes.
Yes.
Then in this case,
Yes.
this is the place where it has gone wrong. People, though they see the legends, but they can't read the data properly. And why it is happening with us? Because if you look at our data, our sales data is having the numbers in place, but sales percentage is data is percentage. So these are two different formats, cannot be combined with one axis. This is the problem. So what we need to do exactly, we need to create one more axis in the right side that is naming called Z or Z axis, and that will be called as a secondary axis, or in technical terms, we call it as a combo chart. And whatever our sales data, we are going to present it over here in this axis. That makes a combo chart. So hope you got a clarity now. What is the relevance of a combo chart?
Yes.
Right. But how to
Yes.
do it? Just right click on the chart area. Right click on the chart area. We have an option change chart type. And there you can see in the chart family extreme bottom combo is there. Able to see everybody? Combo.
Yes.
In this combo, when you click sales data, what type of chart it is displaying? Clustered column. Let it be. No need to any changes. Sales percentage. What it is showing?
Line.
Instead of line, go for the drop down.
Line.
Instead of line, go for the drop down and choose line with markers. So the fourth one from the line category, line with markers. Go for it. And immediate right, you could see one box is also there available, the checkbox naming called secondary axis, which is not selected. You can select that. And now click OK. You can see a beautiful chart will be turned up, and that makes your combo chart. Kindly confirm all of you are getting the same.
Yes.
All right, so I believe now everybody is clear what we did. Any doubt, any queries, anybody? So this is how this chart will be very, very helpful people when you have multiple columns in place and you do not have any idea how to present it properly. You can always take a call, some columns to retain in primary axis, some column to retain in secondary axis, and that will be making a beautiful presentation. Chart will not be seeming overloaded, no dilution of the data, and people will also exactly have the same feeling they can understand easily what you're trying to convey. All right. So combo chart, any doubt, any queries?
How did you get the dots over there, like on the chart,
Sorry, which one?
on the line, right? Like, how did you get those points, like those dots on each bar?
Like line with markers. You got to select while selecting the chart type. You have to go for line with markers. That's this one.
Okay, is there any other option like on the ribbon? Because I didn't have that option. So
You must be having definitely share your screen. Let me see. Mhm. 1 minute, just hold on. Uh, Leave this format plot area. No, no, no. Hold on, hold on. Yeah, close this window from the right side. Yeah, right click on the chart. Yeah, change chart type. Yeah, go to combo. Anything is there? Combo. No. Now hold on.
I had to
Okay,
click
you
this
have got
one.
options. Yes, options are limited. Mm, mm, mm.
That's why I thought I would come here and
Yeah, just select. Yeah, so select this. Now go for right click on that. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, right click on that. Change chart type. Yeah, go to line. Go to line. Is there in line with markers? The yes. No, 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 not go down in the same line. Line with marker. That is the fourth one. Line with markers. Yes. Now you getting the points.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
Fine then. Now, let's go for our next chart type people naming called over here budget versus actuals or target versus actuals or planned versus actuals. This is one of the most important chart type and every month end, quarter end, half year, yearly, whatever the data you are presenting, we have to present this kind of charts. But the question is without spending much time, giving much of efforts, how to create or turn up with a beautiful chart. We have the data, month-wise we have the targets and actuals also there. Kindly select everything. Now go for plotting a graph. What is the shortcut?
Alt F1.
Go for it. First thing first, once your chart is ready, going to design,
Yes.
take the last tile, going to plus symbol, remove the grid lines. Then right click on the chart area, go for change chart type. You got combo. Just 2 minutes back only we discussed about that. Now when you select combo, the target data, what type of chart it is displaying?
Yeah. Clustered column and line.
Right. So target data is showing clustered column. Target data, ideally, it looks good when you present it in a line chart. So go for target drop down is showing clustered column. Go for that and choose line with markers. Line with markers. Now go to actuals. This is showing line. Instead of line, go for clustered column. The go to top completely clustered column. The very first option from the column category, clustered column. And now when you go and click OK, can you see with immediate effect a beautiful chart turns up? It's telling a beautiful story. So whichever the month the target is you have filled up and exceeding the targets, you are making some surplus business. It is showing visible completely.
Can you
So this is
just tell once
uh
again the chart combo after the chart combo?
yeah, from combo you have to go to over there the clustered column, the target data. It was showing clustered column. Change it to line with markers. Okay. So this is for over here. And now actual column, you should take it as over here. Clicking on the drop down, you should take this. Hope it is working. So this is how, with
Yes.
minimum efforts, how to create a beautiful target versus actual chart. We got the basic understanding. Now here, what happens people, as I told you, this kind of presentations are recurring in nature. Every month end, suppose say you are presenting something. So last month you have presented this, people are quite happy. Now this month again, when you are presenting the same, do you think that you are going to create an impact in the audience mind? Never, because they have seen the last time, right? So this
Yes.
time, how to make it something different? We have
Prabhas,
no other
1 minute.
choice. Yeah.
Sorry to disturb. Actually, this line, blue line target. So, what means how to read this actual line? Because means only two places it's exceeding the graph, but by how much? This is, for example, in the month of Feb. So by how much he this in the month of Feb we have not achieved the target? How can we know?
See, for that reason, you have to go for another column. How much you are missing something, or how much you are making a surplus. You can compare actual minus target. Something you have to create one
Yeah,
more column,
that
and that you can
yeah,
showcase.
and that how again right click on the bar graph, and then we can
No, no,
add
no, no,
one
no,
more.
no. You cannot. You can first create a column because without data you cannot create something equal to. Now, what is that you want to take a base actual? or
Yeah.
target. So if you go for target as the base, actuals is
Yeah.
more. So if I go for actuals, I'm taking the base, actual minus target. So what is happening? I'm getting minus figure. So what I'll do
Yeah.
otherwise equal to target minus actuals. So when I go for this over here, control enter, what is happening? Wherever I'm making the surplus business, that is coming up positive, and wherever I'm not reaching the target and how much points I'm below or how much points I'm yet to achieve, it is showing in the negative values, right? So this data, you have to take it again, okay? Or you can select the chart and you can extend this in this format over here. Now this data, it is showing, but it is showing the same axis. Can you see how much we are
Yeah.
coming down or how much is it? So you have to go for right click upon the same, then change chart type, and this data over here, this green color line with markers, whatever it is showing, if you want to showcase in terms of our columns, you can go for in this
Right.
fashion and you can set
Yeah,
it to
this one
revert in
only
secondary
understood.
axis. So you can see
Okay.
this is what it is yet to be achieved, or this is what how much to be yet to be achieved. All these things you can showcase over here.
Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much.
That's what. How many columns you can add it, it's up to you. And combo chart is that is what the reason why I told you about the combo chart. So when you want
Okay.
to add many more columns, the growth column, growth in terms of percentage column, YTD column, anything you add it. The other day we discussed about our data presentation.
Yeah.
All this information can be added in one plot, but you have to decide which are the column to be retained in the primary axis, which are the column to be in the secondary axis.
Okay. Got it. Thank
Right,
you.
right, no problem. Now, yes, what I was telling you over here is, suppose this kind of charts are recurring in nature, and every month end I am presenting something. Okay, last time I presented this, people were quite happy. But this time, if I'm going to change, I mean, if I'm going to present the same chart, it is not going to create that much of impact. So how to give something different to my audience so that they will be happy over there? So what you can do is just select the chart, go for Control D to make a duplicate. And the duplicate one, you keep it in the bottom just for your reference. And suppose say consider this is what the last month I have presented. Now this month, how to present it different? Just go to the chart, right click on that, and there you have an option, change chart type, go for combo, and target data. It's already showing line with markers. No need to touch that. Actual data, this is also showing clustered column. Instead of that, that also you change it to line with markers. That's it. And once you do the changes, go and click OK. So this is one more version of your target versus actuals or planned versus actuals. So sometimes show like this, option one, sometimes show like this, option two. So these are the different combination of the charts people for target versus actuals. You can make the presentations even more better. So I believe this is working. Kindly confirm.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Now we'll go for one more beautiful chart type of our Microsoft Excel, naming called waterfall, which is now hotcake in the market and most demandable chart over here. Now, sometimes people call this as a staircase diagram. Sometimes people call it as a bridge chart, but technically this is called waterfall chart. And this chart has come into force only if you are there in 2019 and above versions of Microsoft Excel. Earlier, it was not there. Where to use this? Whenever you have some mixed nature of data, like you have got positive, you have negative variance. Like say our HR department, I'm talking about the attrition data. New joinees will be there, existing employees will be there. So positive, negative. If you're talking about sales or marketing point of view, growth, positive will be there, growth, negative will be there. If you're talking about finance or accounts point of view, cash flow statement, positive will be there, negative will be there. So in this kind of scenarios, when you want to showcase everything in one graph, you can go for this kind of waterfall diagram. Now, the other aspect where you can use it is when you have a sequential activity, You can also use this kind of waterfall chart. So what is the meaning by sequential activity? It is nothing but, suppose say, take an example. I have got a product to be launched. Just watch my screen. What is the data I have? I have purchased a raw material of 50,000. Well, then I have incurred a cost of labor cost of 1 lakh. Suppose at this stage, what will be the expenses you have incurred? What will be the answer? 50 plus 1 lakh, right? Yes, people, are you getting it what I'm saying? I am going to
Yes,
launch a
right.
product for that I have got material of 50,000. Then I have incurred a labor cost of 1 lakh. So at this stage, anybody ask me, Prabhas, how much you have expense incurred? What will be my answer? 50,000 plus 1 lakh, 1 lakh 50,000. Now, suppose say I have taken of this and I have brought it to my plant area. In plant I have processed the same and I have incurred a overhead cost or expenses of running expenses or operating expenses of 2 lakhs. So total, how much expenses I have incurred? 50 plus 1 lakh plus 2 lakhs. So total 3 lakh 50,000. The beauty is when I import the raw material, our government is giving some tax benefits. Suppose say I got a cashback as a layman language. I got a cashback from my government of 20,000, 25,000. So if I want to just tell my answer to someone how much expenses I've incurred, 3 lakh 50 minus 25,000. So 3 lakh 25,000 is the total cost I have incurred on that particular product. This is what the story I can tell anyone. Do you all agree? All of you able to connect?
Yes, sir.
Yes, right.
Right. Now this is what the data in a tabular format we have prepared. Looking at the same, my boss asked me, Prabhas, why don't you plot the data in a graphical format? Now, if I want to plot this in a graphical format, select your data and go for Alt F1. Do you see chart is ready? No problem. But do you think that is there any kind of relationship between the activities over here? Any kind of relationship? Can you make out?
No.
No.
So what it seems as if five different objects I have created or five different object purpose some values I have populated. So it is not conveying the story properly that this is what the activities of one particular task or one particular product, anything. I can't make out that, right? So this is the reason why, right? Selection of the chart depending upon the data is also very, very essential. So for this data, this is not the right format of the chart. So what we can do, right click on the chart area, go for change chart type. And yes, you have an option called waterfall in the categories from the bottom side. If you see the third or fourth option could be the case. And once you select, go on, click OK. You can see a beautiful chart turns over here. Can you see now? It's showing the relationship between one activity to another. Can you see the connecting lines I'm highlighting?
Yes. Can you show it once again?
Right click on the chart area,
Yeah.
change series chart type, going
Mm.
for waterfall, clicking OK.
Okay.
So since we have got the connecting lines over here, one activity to another, that's why people call it as a bridge chart. And if you see the larger picture, this seems to be kind of a staircase diagram. That's why people call it as also a staircase chart. But technically, this is called waterfall. All of you are clear
Okay.
so far?
Yes.
Though we have converted into a waterfall chart, people, but this is not ready as a waterfall chart. Why? Reason is, if you look at our tabular data, how many activities we have in this area?